Chapter 54, Falling Apart. The usually calm and dignified Malfoy household was anything but on the morning of Black's trial. Lucius was shaken awake by his frantic son a little after 5 to be given the news that Bosworth the rat had disappeared overnight.
"Potter had something to do with it, I know he did,"
Hydras said, turning to a sleepy Narcissa. Lucius exchanged a look with his wife and both of them got up and followed Hydras to his bedroom, where the box that Pettigrew had slept in for the past year sat, empty.
"I don't think Mr. Potter has stolen Bosworth,"
Narcissa said, sharing another look with Lucius, who could feel his entire world threatening to crumble. One of 3 things had happened: Pettigrew had been kidnapped. If that was the case, then Lucius would bet his Gringotts account that it was McKinnon's fault. Pettigrew had had a rush of conscience in the middle of the night and turned himself in which case his name would be all over the Prophet, or Pettigrew had gone into hiding again, just in case. Lucius prayed it was the last option, though he doubted he'd be that lucky. A flick of his wand confirmed that the only living things in the house were his family, Potter, McKinnon, Dobby, and their owl.
"What if he does, though?"
Hydras asked, glaring at them both. Lucius pinched the bridge of his nose because it was far too early for him to be bothered dealing with his son's tantrums on top of losing Pettigrew.
"As Mr. Potter is responsible for saving Bosworth," he said, "I find it unlikely that he bears the rat any ill will, or would play any part in his kidnapping." "But what?" "Go back to bed,"
Narcissa said, placing a hand on Hydras' shoulder.
"Perhaps he's just gone for a walk. If he's not there when you wake, tell us immediately,"
Lucius advised, as Hydras got back into bed.
"Though it's best not to mention this to Mr. Potter, just in case. If he has played some part in this, we don't want him knowing we suspect him."
Hydras nodded solemnly and Lucius thanked Merlin that his elder son, at least, took his advice without question. If it had been Draco, there would have been 1,000 questions in place of the nod.
"Sleep. You'll want to be well rested for our visit to Aunt Bella,"
Narcissa said, and Hydras' face scrunched up. Yes, Lucius thought, because telling him that will help the boy sleep. Bellatrix was enough to keep him up some nights and he was a grown man. He shook his head and followed his wife out of the room.
"I'll flo Severus,"
Narcissa said in a low voice.
"Have Dobby help you read the warts and see if he's left magically."
1 hour later, and Lucius was no closer to finding Pettigrew, and he'd have been impressed if he wasn't so furious. The rat knew how to hide, and it was as undeniable as it was frustrating. According to Dobby, he had used the fluo. Lucius didn't even want to think about how he had got his paws on the password, and gone to the leaky cauldron. That fireplace was used regularly, at all hours of the day and night, so he'd be impossible to track that way, curse him. And so it was that Lucius was reduced to pouring himself a very small glass of brandy at 6 in the morning. And, if that wasn't pathetic enough, Narcissa and Severus walked in just as he was taking his first sip.
"Starting early are we, Lucius?"
Severus drawled. Lucius spared a glower for his old friend and tossed his drink back.
"It's not without cause, I assure you." "So I've been told,"
Severus said, glancing at Narcissa.
"Might I ask why you've called me here, though? Surely you don't think I have anything to do with it?" "Of course not,"
Lucius snapped.
"But as the only other person who knows him. If you're hoping for character analysis, you would be better trying Lupin,"
Severus said, his lip curling.
"I haven't the faintest idea where the rat might have got to, I'm afraid."
And he did look genuinely infuriated at that. Lucius lifted the bottle of brandy, and Severus smirked and shook his head. Lucius sighed and resisted the temptation to have another glass.
I can, however, assure you that, should he be caught, he will not be able to reveal anything incriminating about the three of us. He, truly.
Narcissa inclined her head.
I was speaking with Severus when he returned Draco yesterday. Those lessons are still happening?
Lucius asked, momentarily distracted.
Draco can be a Slytherin again, we have Potter. For the time being,
Severus said silkily.
Nothing is official yet, and both Narcissa and I felt it was safer to continue the lessons until things are concreted.
Lucius shook his head. He still wasn't entirely sure what Narcissa thought Draco would gain in his Gryffindor lessons with Severus. Severus was head of Slytherin, not Gryffindor, for Merlin's sake, but he wasn't about to argue, because he had been noticing changes in Draco's behavior.
Very well. Now, Pettigrew. Narcissa mentioned the Kelpie incident.
Lucius nodded stiffly.
And I worried that it may have invoked a life debt. Narcissa knows the details.
Severus said, when Lucius opened his mouth to ask what that was,
and is able to explain the rest later. To summarize, I feared that Pettigrew might be prompted, consciously, or even without him realizing it, to turn himself in, and I feared for our safety. I was able to administer a potion, which, combined with legilimency, prevents the divulgence of particular memories. Thank Merlin,
Lucius breathed, and just like that, his day looked a bit brighter. Another hour later, Severus was gone, and Lucius thoroughly regretted that he had let the idea of a brighter day ever pass through his head. Dobby was enlisted by Hydras to help find Bosworth, and so wasn't paying proper attention to breakfast. Lucius ordered Dobby down into the kitchen to close his ears in the oven, but it didn't change the fact that Lucius' breakfast had been burned and was utterly unpleasant. He had sipped on his tea, and had not even bothered to add sugar to it, and watched the chaos as it unfolded around him. Potter was the first one downstairs, and for the first time in days, McKinnon wasn't with him. He was in his pajamas, which had become normal for the boy, and Lucius vowed silently that as soon as this day was over, and Potter was officially a Malfoy, he had put a stop to such lazy behavior. He also, unfortunately, looked tired, and read a Skeeter or some other prophet. Parasite would likely write an article about his mistreatment, but he claimed to have had a whole night's sleep and Lucius couldn't muster the energy to argue with him. Draco, too, looked tired, and while he was both dressed appropriately and more forthcoming with a reason, he had spent half the night reading a book that Severus loaned him the day before. Than Potter, he was also in a far stranger mood. If Lucius hadn't guessed his day was going to be a terrible one, he'd have been tipped off when Draco first opened his mouth.
I think I might be pro-Muggleborns, father,
he announced, without as much as a good morning.
Hunting them seems like an awful waste of time to me, and I'm not entirely sure it's fair.
Lucius gaped at him, but Draco was busy staring at the palm of his hand. Eventually, he looked up at Potter, who looked just as stunned as Lucius.
Your mother was Muggle-born, wasn't she, Potter?
Yeah, Potter said, and he actually looked at Lucius, as if he thought Lucius might be able to explain what in Merlin's name had happened.
She was. Pity she's dead. I'd have liked to ask her a few questions.
Lucius couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry, and Potter seemed to be struggling with the same problem.
Erg.
Draco looked down at the pile of burned toast in front of him, aghast.
What has Dobby done to breakfast? He ought to be punished for this, father. Already taken care of,
Lucius said faintly. He took a sip of his tea and set it down with a shaking hand.
Good,
Draco said, and picked a piece of toast that wasn't quite as blackened as the rest.
Father, can I come to the trial today? Your mother is taking you and Hydras to see Lucius froze.
He wasn't certain what was wrong with Draco this morning. It was likely he was just tired, but Lucius wasn't about to send the supposedly pro-Muggle-born Draco to Bellatrix. She'd destroy him.
Actually, it might be best if you do come with me, Draco. Really?
Draco asked, looking pleased.
Yes, I think that'll be best,
Lucius said, nodding to himself.
Tell your mother not to expect you. But, Draco.
Draco, who was halfway out of the dining room, looked up.
I'd like to speak with you about your new attitude. Really?
Draco asked.
Yes, very much,
Lucius said, determined to get to the bottom of this if it killed him. He could deal with a Gryffindor for a son, though that probably wouldn't be necessary, but he wouldn't tolerate a Muggle lover. Not in his house. The sooner Draco understood that, the better.
Go and find something appropriate to wear to the ministry. And perhaps help Mr. Potter when you're done.
Lucius eyed Potter's untidy hair and crumpled pajamas. He'll need all the help he can get.
Fine,
Draco said, irritably.
Let's go, Potter.
Draco prodded Potter's arm, and Lucius blamed his wife for their son's relatively new, tactile nature, until the other boy moved and followed him out of the room.
We'll leave in an hour,
Lucius called after them.
If your father's willing to take you,
Mrs. Malfoy said to Draco,
then by all means go.
Harry didn't think she looked awfully happy about it.
But be on, never mind. I'll see you this afternoon.
She stood suddenly and swept over to Harry.
I expect I'll see you later too, Mr. Potter,
she said with a sad smile. Harry forced himself to smile back, and was so busy trying to keep a polite expression on his face that he was completely caught by surprise when she stepped forward and hugged him.
Good luck,
she whispered, and then let him go.
Thanks,
Harry said, and she smiled at him again. It was the warmest she had been to him this whole time, and it was rather disconcerting.
Bye. Mother gives the best hugs, don't you think?
Draco asked, hauling Harry out of the library.
I guess,
Harry said, but privately, he thought Mrs. Malfoy's hugs had nothing on Padfoot's.
Hey, you know about the thing. When's your birthday, Potter?
Draco asked, cutting him off.
July. I'm going to buy you a dictionary,
Draco said decisively.
You are in dire need of a larger vocabulary. Very funny,
Harry snapped, and only when Draco looked mildly insulted did Harry realize that he might not have been joking.
Look, you know the whole Kelpie thing.
Draco's eyes widened and he dragged Harry into Harry's room and shut the door.
I thought we agreed not to talk about. We did,
Harry said, and hoped this wasn't going to backfire on him.
It's just... Look, you did me a favor by warning me that it's not something that should be talked about, okay, and I'm trying to return the favor. I'm not stupid enough to do anything like that. You already did,
Harry said. Insults weren't sliding off him very well, while his disappointment and frustration at not being able to find anything about Peter was more or less cancelled out by his eager anticipation of Padfoot's trial. There was still the fact that he had gone to bed at 3 and been up early. He was tired, but he bit his tongue because Draco already looked confused and offended, and snapping at him wouldn't help things.
You said you're pro-Muggle-born. I said I might be,
Draco sniffed.
Yeah, and that's great,
Harry said, and meant it.
But I don't think your dad shares your views. I can convince him,
Draco said confidently. He eyed Harry.
I might need your help with that, actually. See, if I cut your hand. Cut my, never mind, it doesn't matter. Just take or leave my advice. You haven't advised me in anything,
Draco said snidely.
So?
Harry growled at him, and both of them were so taken aback that neither said a word.
Do you speak dragon now too?
Draco asked finally.
I think it was probably wolf,
Harry said, grimacing. Draco stared at him.
And would you just stop interrupting and listen? You can try to convince your dad if you want, but I don't think it's going to work. It's kind of like my Kelpie talking. It's, the Muggle-born thing. Is probably something you should keep to yourself. Is it rare?
Draco's eyes gleamed.
Very,
Harry said wryly.
Look, your dad's going to try to talk you out of it, liking Muggle-borns, I mean, and he'll probably be angry if you don't change your mind. Your dad doesn't like Muggle-borns. I know, but he'll listen. No, he won't,
Harry said.
I trusted you about the Kelpie, so trust me about this, all right?
Draco looked doubtful.
If you want to keep liking them, do it in secret, at least for now.
Harry didn't understand all of the social implications of a pure-blood expressing non-prejudiced views on people's bloodlines, but he was pretty sure he understood enough, and certainly more than Draco.
Ask your mum to tell you about the white sheep,
Harry said finally, remembering something that Padfoot had said to him once.
There were two, she'll know who they are. The sheep. The white sheep,
Harry said.
Okay,
Draco said, and he sounded doubtful, but Harry thought he might just be convinced. And if he's not? Well, no one can say I didn't try. I don't think I can do this, Marlene thought. It was 8:30, the trial was set to start at 10 and she hadn't even worked up the courage to get out of bed yet. The entire Malfoy family and Harry had probably been up for hours, and she had spent the morning hiding in her bedroom. She felt sick. She felt scared and nervous and excited and confused, and it wasn't a pleasant thing to wake up to. She just wanted to burrow under the covers and hide until Sirius was back in Azkaban, and if that made her a coward, then so what? Better a coward than a nervous wreck. At this rate, she'd be moving in with Alice and Frank with a severe case of mental trauma. Someone knocked on the door, startling her.
Yes?
She asked, and wished a second later that she had just pretended not to be awake. The door swung open to reveal Lucius, glowering at her from the doorway.
I wondered if you were up,
he said snidely.
Well, I am,
she said back, and her voice trembled a bit.
That is debatable.
His cold eyes drifted over her bed hair and pajamas and his lip curled in response.
I informed you last night that we'd be leaving at 9. I heard you. Will you be? Yes.
She snapped.
I'll be ready. Go.
His eyes focused on something outside the room.
Mr. Potter, why are you still in your pajamas?
Marlene didn't hear the response, but whatever it was made Lucius pinch the bridge of his nose and stalk away shouting,
Draco, I thought I told you to help.
Marlene flicked her wand at the door, which closed, and sank back into her pillows. Attendance at the trial was compulsory for trainees. There'd probably be questions on it in their exams at the beginning of next month, but she was tempted just to miss it. She wasn't strong enough. She had had the chance to kill him herself and hadn't been able to, because apparently she hadn't meant it. That part of her was still in there, somewhere in the tangled mess of all of her other parts, and she didn't think she'd be able to watch what happened. Whether Sirius was convicted or freed, some part of her would lose. Her sidekick rattled on her bedside table, and she was brave enough to reach for that, at least. She whispered the passphrase and it snapped open.
"McKinnon,"
Gawain said, and of course it was him. Gawain, rather like Dumbledore, had an uncanny ability to know when he was needed.
"Morning,"
she said thickly.
"You sound about as well as I'd expected you to,"
he said, sounding almost sympathetic.
"Thanks,"
she said, but there wasn't enough anything in her tone to let the word sound as sarcastic as she had wanted it to. It was pathetic, actually, but she couldn't bring herself to care. Part of her was impressed that she was still even able to talk.
"Gawain, I don't think I can." "Oh, no, you don't,"
he said firmly.
"Attendance is compulsory, McKinnon." I can't."
A panicky feeling was rising in Marlene's chest and her breathing was shaky.
"It'll be all right. Your friends will be there, and me and Moody, and Dumbledore and Harry's going to want you there. And when I lose my head halfway through, all of them are going to see it,"
she whispered.
"I don't think I can sit there and just... I won't be able to watch." "You can close your eyes,"
Gawain said, but he sounded worried.
"McKinnon, you need to calm down." "I see can't,"
she said, and then she was crying, but as long as she didn't start sniffling, Gawain would never know.
"Sir, please, don't make me go, I need to, I don't want, please, please." "McKinnon, listen to me. It's going to be all right. You need to calm down, take a few deep breaths, and think about this. Sirius is a terrible man." Yes, but..." "None of that,"
Gawain said briskly.
"He's done terrible things, and today, he'll finally be judged for them." "What if they kiss him?" "They won't. They still need answers from him,"
Gawain said.
"He'll be convicted, and then he'll spend a few days in questioning, and then he'll be back in Azkaban."
He was so sure, so calm, that Marlene felt herself calming a little bit in response.
"All right. All right,"
she said.
"Good girl. Now, you don't sound like you're in any state to be guarding anything today, so I'll be by in about 15 minutes to collect Potter and Mr. Malfoy." But I... "You've got just over an hour before the trial starts, and you're going to use that time to get yourself ready for what's going to happen, okay?" "All right,"
she said shakily. Instructions were something she could work with.
So get ready to watch Sirius be convicted." "Exactly. No surprises, McKinnon, everyone knows what's coming, and so you get ready, and you let me know when you're at the ministry. I'll be right beside you the whole time, and everything will work out just as I've said it will, all right?"
Marlene clung to the certainty in his voice. It was nice to have certainty about something, when she had been so confused lately. It was like finding a rock to sit on in the middle of a stormy ocean. "Like Azkaban?" her mind supplied, rather unhelpfully, and Marlene sniffed. It was the last things she felt like doing, but she had instructions to follow, so she hauled herself out of bed and changed into a pair of clean robes. Red ones. Maybe house pride would give her courage. She ran a brush through her hair and stared at herself in the mirror until she was convinced that she didn't look like she was about to crumble into 1,000 pieces. She still felt like it, and it wasn't as easy to push all of her problems down as it had been 6 months ago, but hopefully, today was the last day she'd need her mask. She had to believe that after today, everything would be all right, because if it wasn't, then she would break. She squared her shoulders so she looked brave, even if she didn't feel it, and felt herself slip into her aura trainee role, rather than her Marlene role. Trainee Marlene was stronger.
Okay,
she said, snapping her sidekick shut.
Okay, I'll be ready.
She thought she knew how to get ready, too. She was stronger when she knew how she felt about Sirius, and her strongest emotion toward him was also the one that could get her through today. She needed to remind herself how much she hated him, and she needed to do it without using his treatment of her as an excuse. The moment she let her feelings get involved, things got messy. Luckily, even when she removed herself from the picture, she still had 3 very good reasons to hate Sirius, and better yet, she could visit all 3 of them within her hour. She packed her suitcase with a wave of her wand, cast a shrinking charm on it, and stuffed it into her pocket. Then she took a deep breath and strode out of the room, in search of her first reason. He was 3 bedrooms away, arguing with a frustrated Lucius.
I don't understand what's wrong with green,
she heard as she approached the room.
Black's better,
Harry said, and his eyes met Marlene's the moment she walked into his room. He was seated on his unmade bed, holding a pair of dress robes, while Lucius brandished another.
Morning,
he said, and she thought he sounded nervous. She also thought he looked like he hadn't slept, and felt her heart break a little, and her hatred flare. Harry had been losing sleep over Sirius.
Mr. Potter, Sirius Black is my godfather,
Harry said,
and my legal guardian.
He smiled politely at Lucius, and oddly, it didn't make Marlene think of James or Lily or even Sirius. No, that smile was entirely Lupin.
And since I can't imagine he'd have a problem with me wearing black to his trial, I can't understand why you think there's anything wrong with it either. Nice robes,
he added, with a grin at Marlene that was far more serious-ish. Lucius groaned, and Marlene managed to smile.
Sir, do you think I could wear
Lucius tossed the black robes at Harry and stood.
We're running late,
he said, and gestured for Marlene to follow him out.
Put those on and I'll be back in 5 minutes to help you with your hair.
Harry frowned and reached up to pat his messy hair, as if he couldn't work out what was wrong with it.
I see you're up,
Lucius drawled, shutting Harry's bedroom door.
I am,
she said, refusing to let him make her angry. She needed her anger for Sirius.
I'm also leaving. Aura Roberts is coming to escort you and Harry to the trial. And where might you be going? I have instructions,
she said, with a twisted smile.
And they are none of your concern, I assure you,
she said politely.
Oh dear,
Remus moaned, and attempted to hide himself behind Matt. Unfortunately, Matt was a few inches too short, and certainly did not want to get in the middle of this confrontation. Besides, as much as Remus was like an uncle, or an older brother to him, Remus had been absolutely ridiculous about this whole situation, and Matt, frankly, thought he thoroughly deserved whatever was about to happen.
Here,
he said, grabbing Remus' shoulders,
have him.
Traitor, Remus hissed, as Matt shoved him toward Tonks, or whatever her name was.
It had to happen eventually,
Matt hissed back, and then moved out of the way. What's her name had bright red hair, and eyes that were more yellow than brown. She looked mad, she had her wand out and everything, and more than a little scary.
Hi, Dora,
Remus said, and Matt could smell his guilt from a few yards away. Dora, Matt decided it was safest to call her whatever Remus did, threw her arms around him, and Matt choked back a laugh. He had expected her to hex Remus, not hug him.
You're all right,
she said, while Remus awkwardly patted her back. Matt gave up on trying to keep a straight face and laughed at them. Remus held up a hand and made a rather rude gesture in Matt's direction, but Matt just smirked. Dora let Remus go, and stared up at him for a moment, and then, with the only warning coming in the form of her hair brightening, punched him.
"Uh-oh,"
Matt said, and took a step forward, thinking that maybe he should intervene. Remus lifted a hand to his jaw, and Dora had assumed the position of scorned women everywhere. Her hands were on her hips, one of them still holding her wand, one of them still curled in a fist, and her scowl was a little frightening.
"I deserved that,"
Remus said weakly, and Dora didn't look quite as violent anymore, so Matt waited.
"Oh, do you think so?"
she demanded.
"How hard is it to pick up a quill and write a letter? I didn't want a recount of your day. I didn't know what to write,"
Remus said, in that same, rather sheepish voice.
"Dora, I'm alive might have been a bloody good way to start."
Remus seemed to shrink, though Matt thought that had more to do with the fact that, as she shouted, Dora was actually growing. "What they?"
"Best to leave them to it, lad,"
a gruff voice said, and Matt spun to see the Auror who had sat with him in St. Mungo's until Remus got there. His blue eye was fixed on Remus and Dora, but his dark one was watching Matt.
"It's you,"
Matt said, grinning.
"I don't remember your name, but I remember your constant vigilance."
Matt remembered him saying that a few times last time they had seen each other.
"Alastair Moody, Rosier." "Moody,"
Matt said, nodding. He checked his watch.
"Do you think we should?" "She's been planning this for 3 days and she'll probably kill you if you interrupt,"
Moody said, in a rather grim voice.
"Right,"
Matt said, and smirked.
"A holiday you were on, Remus."
Dora's face was almost as red as her hair, and Matt couldn't help but be impressed. Moody looked morbidly fascinated too.
"And the last time I saw you, you weren't exactly stable, so can you really blame me for worrying?" "I don't need you to worry about." "If you finish that sentence, I swear to Godric I'll—" "Come on."
Moody waved a scarred hand and gestured for Matt to follow him.
"If we stand here much longer, I'm going to start saying her lines with her."
Matt chuckled and glanced at them again. Remus looked acutely embarrassed and Dora's expression was a strange mix of confusion and frustration.
"Are you sure they should be left alone?" "No,"
Moody said.
"But I've made it this long by picking my battles. If you're brave enough to get between that, go ahead."
Matt stared at them for a moment longer and then shook his head and followed Moody into the already crowded courtroom. Marlene strode into the cemetery feeling near furious. It was a little scary, actually. She had always hated Sirius, but she had never actively tried to force that sort of emotion. Now that she was, well, the results were a little overwhelming. She had already blown up a Muggle street lamp with a burst of, embarrassing, accidental magic. She hadn't lost control like that since she was 12. She felt like her every nerve was on end, and hatred simmered away in her chest, and it scared her, it did, but it was also nice to have something there other than emptiness or confusion. She traveled the familiar path, between the headstones and monuments, to Lily and James. She had already been to the statue, and this would be her last stop before the ministry, because the trial had started 10 minutes ago, and her sidekick had been burning for the last 20, but she had ignored it so far. She was a little surprised to see that there was someone already there, standing in front of the graves in the morning sun, hands shoved deep into the pockets of a shabby coat. For a moment, she thought it was Lupin. He had the same fair hair, at least, but she quickly discarded that idea. This man's hair was too neat, and he himself was several inches too short. And, while he wasn't fat by any means, he seemed sturdier than Lupin.
"Hello,"
she said tentatively, and he jumped and glanced at her over his shoulder. She didn't recognize his face, but she felt like she should have.
Hello," he said. "Come to see them too, I suppose?" "Yes, I suppose," she replied, going to stand beside him.
He still wouldn't look at her, and his eyes were darting around as if he was trying to plan some sort of escape. Pale eyes flicked to her face and then away again just as quickly, and the man's tongue darted out to wet his lips.
"Are you going to the trial?"
she asked, staring at the beautiful, lily-like flowers that grew over the grave. She didn't know who had planted them, but she was used to seeing the flowers there now.
"And no. Be best to stay away, I think."
He wrung his hands and finally, Marlene was able to place him.
"Pettigrew,"
she gasped.
How do you know?" "It's me,"
she said.
"Marlene." "McKinnon?"
They stared at each other in stunned disbelief.
But the Death Eaters got you,"
he said timidly.
"Almost,"
she said.
"I thought Sirius." "Almost,"
he repeated, looking terrified. It took Marlene a moment to understand the implications. If Pettigrew was alive, then Sirius was innocent of at least one of the crimes he had been convicted of. Well, that or she had gone mad and was hallucinating. She wasn't sure which she'd prefer. What if Sirius was telling the truth? What if he was innocent of everything? No, she told herself. No, there's got to be a logical explanation. She didn't want to think about what it would mean if she had been wrong.
"How did you escape? They found a finger." "It wasn't mine,"
Pettigrew said, holding both hands out to her. His fingers were shaking, but all 10 of them were there.
"Everyone thinks you're dead,"
she said quietly. "Everyone except Sirius, that is."
"That's the idea,"
he said nervously, and she frowned.
"And not everyone, though, I told, a few people know the truth." "Who?" "Dumbledore," he muttered. "And my mother. They promised not to tell anyone. You have to promise me too, now that you know." "Of course,"
Marlene said at once.
"Does Lupin know?" "Remus?"
Pettigrew hesitated and then shook his head.
"I couldn't risk, what if he and Sirius always close, those two? I couldn't be sure."
Pettigrew's blue eyes widened.
"You're not in league with them, are you? Did Sirius send you to find me in league with Sirius?"
Marlene asked humorlessly.
"I tried to kill him a few weeks ago. I think I might dislike him more than you do." "Oh, thank Merlin," he said, looking relieved. "You understand. Lately it seemed like everyone's out to get me. It's like nowhere's safe anymore, and everything's so confusing. I mean, Sirius was my friend, and I don't want him to go to Azkaban, but he's done such terrible, terrible things." "It'll be over by tonight,"
Marlene said, borrowing Gawain's confidence.
"He'll be locked away." "I just want to feel safe again,"
Pettigrew said, and Marlene hugged him without even having to think about it. Finally, someone understood what it was like, how confusing everything was. She thought Pettigrew might be just as damaged as she was, and drew comfort from that. Sirius had hurt them both.
"I just want to know that Sirius isn't going to come after me again." "Come after you?"
Marlene asked, staring. The feeling of finding someone that understood vanished, the official version of events was that Pettigrew had gone after Sirius to avenge Lily and James. The only person who had ever said it the same way that Pettigrew was saying it now was Sirius himself. Marlene suddenly felt very cold inside, and her anger shriveled and was replaced by a horrible, sick feeling.
That day, the day after.
Pettigrew gestured to the graves in front of them.
He came to find me. He was going to kill us all, first Lily and James and Harry, and then me and Remus, and if he had known you were still alive, he wanted us all dead.
Marlene was silent. She was a little confused. Lupin had told her that Sirius had been at his cottage, so why, if what Pettigrew said was true, hadn't Sirius tried to kill Lupin? It had been a full moon, so a silver rope spell would have done the trick and Sirius wouldn't even have needed to get close. He had been right there. And, if she ignored that, there was also the fact that while Pettigrew was a competent wizard, he wasn't as talented as Sirius. If Sirius had wanted him dead, then Pettigrew would be dead. I wanted Sirius dead and couldn't kill him, she thought. Yes, another voice agreed, the one that had wanted her to trust Sirius this whole time. But if Sirius was capable of letting Lily and James die, he wouldn't have cared about Pettigrew. Usually she ignored the voice, but this time, it was making sense.
Then how did you survive?
She asked aloud. Pettigrew looked a little offended.
I got a shield charm up in time, my wand was destroyed, but somehow the magic held out, it stopped him killing me. I was blasted away and when I came to, Sirius was laughing like a mad thing.
Pettigrew quivered.
And the hit wizards and Aurors had come to take him away. I ran straight to Dumbledore to tell him what had happened, and that I was going into hiding. You went to Dumbledore while Sirius was being arrested?
She asked, feeling sick. She thought she might actually throw up. Dumbledore had been with her in St. Mungo's when Sirius had been arrested, because a grimly triumphant Mad Eye had burst in and startled Marlene into spilling her tea. Pettigrew hadn't been there, and if he was lying about that, then I've been trying to kill an innocent man.
Are you all right?
Pettigrew asked.
You look like you're going to be sick.
Marlene sank to the ground, and Pettigrew crouched down beside her, looking concerned.
Can you conjure me a glass of water?
She asked.
I don't have a wand, he said. Thanks to Sirius, I can't exactly walk into Ollivanders these days. There's a supermarket in the village, so I could. No, it's fine,
she said, not about to give him any excuse to get out of her sight. She pulled out her own wand, and he didn't seem worried about that. He seemed to trust her, and instead of finding that amusing, she felt even worse, because she'd trust her if she was in Pettigrew's place. She had tried to kill an innocent man. Oh, Godric, what if I had actually managed it? She really did throw up then, and Pettigrew made a revolted noise and jumped back, but he didn't try to leave. It was clever of him, not giving her a reason to need to chase him. Running away would be suspicious, and Pettigrew was obviously very good at not drawing attention to himself. Marlene rinsed her mouth and vanished the mess with a flick of her wand, and then wondered why in Merlin's name she hadn't arrested Pettigrew yet.
Should you really be out?
Pettigrew asked, sidling closer again.
Probably not,
she said, hugging her stomach. She felt absolutely revolting.
Would you mind helping me up? I don't think my legs will hold me.
She really didn't. And Pettigrew, the admittedly helpful, but still lying, traitorous, murderous, monster that he was, bent, put an arm around her waist. She was almost sick again at the thought of touching him, and draped her other arm over his shoulders and stood. It was too easy. Marlene didn't attempt to help him at all, and she was thin but she was still a tall woman, so while he concentrated on lifting her, she pointed her wand at his neck, without him even noticing, and thought, Dormeo. Peter Pettigrew went out like a light, and Marlene fell down beside him as her fragile sanity shattered into several thousand sharp pieces. Sirius had woken 3 times a day to eat and use the bathroom, but otherwise, he had spent every day except 2, because it had taken him 2 horrible days to rebuild Azkaban, sitting in his old cell. Padfoot had been his main source of company, though he had had brief visits from Harry, James, Remus, Lily, and even Peter and Marlene and Reg in his memories. In a sort of twisted way, it had been like a holiday. He had had no responsibilities, and no worries. He missed Harry, but knew Marlene would keep him safe, and had spent over a week doing nothing but reliving the best moments of his life and going over what he was going to say in his trial. He had picked his words carefully. He knew better than anyone how good the Wizengamot was at picking things apart, and he had considered the sorts of questions he was going to be asked and the answers he'd give. He was prepared, and it was a nice feeling. And, this time tomorrow, I'll be home, he thought, and Padfoot glowed. Maintaining Padfoot was ridiculously easy now, almost second nature, because he had had a lot of practice lately and because anything was easier than that awful night 2 weeks ago. He felt a phantom hand on his shoulder, and saw a Dementor looming over him, held at bay by his Patronus. Since Padfoot was at near full strength and the Dementors had been keeping their distance lately, he thought it was safe to assume it had been sent. Grinning, Sirius sent Padfoot charging at it, and let himself fall back into his body. He was still grinning when he opened his eyes, and he saw a Dementor drift, very quickly, out of the cell, as if something was after it. Another floated in, and Sirius held Padfoot ready, but all it did was drop a set of clean robes on the floor and glide out again. Sirius took the hint and showered and changed and then knocked on the door. It opened and 4 Dementors hovered there, expectantly. 2 reached for him.
"Nice try,"
he said, feeding Padfoot a memory of the look on Malfoy's face when Narcissa had suggested Marlene stay with them. Patronuses came so easily to Sirius now that he was fueling them with memories that, a year ago, wouldn't even have given him a shield. He still needed to be happy to cast one, but maintenance was simple. The Dementors floated back, and exchanged looks, well, not looks, but Sirius didn't have a better word for it, and waited.
"I can walk."
And so he did. 2 Dementors floated about a yard in front of him, and 2 were a few yards behind him. If Sirius had wanted to, he could have run away. He really didn't want to, though. He was getting his trial. There was an audible gasp in the room when he walked in, unrestrained, and Sirius' nose was bombarded with sense of fear, hatred, and every now and then, fascination. He sneezed and decided to breathe through his mouth before he ended up with a headache due to sensory overload. Several cameras clicked and flashed from the stands.
"What?"
Fudge began, but Sirius ignored him and went and sat down in the chair. He didn't, however, put his arms down, knowing that activated the chains. The room went completely silent, and Sirius had a look around. There were hundreds of people crammed into the room, and the majority, oddly, were wearing very brightly colored robes. Blue, sky blue, not navy, and purple and a mustardy yellow were the most popular, and he realized why when he spied Harry and Remus, who were wearing black robes that made them stand out. Black for black, he thought, chuckling, and winked at Harry, who beamed. Remus' mouth twitched, but he was obviously being careful. Harry was between Malfoy and one of the Malfoy boys, who had Snape, wearing green robes instead of his usual black, on his other side, and then it was McGonagall and Hagrid. Behind them was Remus' friend Matt, who had opted for navy blue, Remus, Dora, Mad-Eye and several of the Aura trainees Sirius had met during his imprisonment. Yes, Remus would have to be careful, his robes were probably risky enough.
Hands down, Black,
Fudge snapped, and his voice echoed.
I like to gesture when I talk,
Sirius said, grinning at Fudge.
I rather think I'll need my hands.
Scrimgeour strode over and, with a warning look at Sirius, pressed his hands into the chair. They were promptly chained and Sirius sighed. Scrimgeour went to sit down in a bench at the front. The Auras he was with were all wearing colorful robes, but Scrimgeour's were grey. Sirius wondered if it meant anything, or if it was simply because Scrimgeour didn't own bright robes.
Criminal trial of the 10th of May,
Fudge started to speak and Sirius was paying full attention now too, though he did notice as Umbridge began to take notes with a bright purple quill.
4 offences committed during and immediately following the war against He Who Must Not Be Named, and again in February of 1989 until the present day, by Sirius Orion Black.
Fudge's expression soured.
Resident of a currently unknown location. Interrogators,
Fudge continued.
Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Court Scribe, Dolores Jane Umbridge. Witnesses for the offence, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Victoria Marie Knight, Christopher Stanley Clearwater and John Andrew Dalish.
Sirius was a little surprised that Marlene hadn't been listed, and had a quick look around. Just because we're enemies now, he told himself, and it's good to know where your enemies are. Liar, said a voice that sounded a bit like his own. Shut up, he grumbled, and glanced around again, but couldn't spot her. He could, however, see Roberts, by the door, clutching something small and golden, maybe a galleon? But Marlene wasn't with him, and he was too far away for Sirius to properly make out his expression. Fudge cleared his throat, apparently noticing Sirius' distraction.
Witnesses for the defense, Sirius Orion Black. That's all, I presume.
Why? Sirius' answer, however, was cut off by another voice, that rang throughout the courtroom.
No, actually.
People gasped and one elderly witch in the front row squeaked and fainted. Almost simultaneously, every head in the courtroom turned to the speaker, who stood, looking nervous but determined. He smoothed his black robes and lifted his chin.
Second witness for the defense, Remus John Lupin.
End of chapter. Chapter 55, The Witnesses.
I'm sorry,
Remus said quietly, as whispers broke out. He wasn't sure who he was talking to. He could have been addressing the furious-looking Malfoy, for wasting both of their time for all those months. He could have been addressing the impassive Snape, who had suspected Remus was helping Sirius from the beginning. That wasn't true, but Snape had been told off more times than Remus could count for not trusting him, when he had been right for a while now. He could have been addressing McGonagall or Hagrid or Mad-Eye, who had all looked out for him over the years, and known him for a long time. Now they knew he had been lying to them, and he knew it must be hurting them, because now they thought they had failed with him too. He could have been addressing Matt, who looked exasperated and more than a little worried. Remus had promised him he'd keep his head down during the trial and not do anything stupid. Oops. He could have been directing it at Dora, whose hair was white with shock, and looked absolutely shattered. Something twinged inside him and he almost put a comforting hand on her shoulder, but he didn't think she'd take kindly to that. He could also have been directing it at Harry, because if this went sour, it'd be him and Sirius in Azkaban, and Harry'd be alone again.
Funny, Lupin,
Sirius said, and everyone fell silent.
All these years later and you've still got your sense of humor.
Remus rolled his eyes. Sirius was trying to give him a chance to say it had all been a poor taste joke. He appreciated the gesture, but he had made his decision.
I suppose that's something.
Remus's hand brushed Harry's hair on the way out of the stands. A camera flashed behind him. Scrimgeour and the other Aurors followed his progress with their wands. Remus stopped a few yards from Sirius. He didn't want anyone to panic and stun him, and then said,
I left you to fend for yourself last time and I'm not going to make that mistake again.
He looked at Dumbledore as he said it, and thought his previous apology might have been directed at his old headmaster too.
Arrest him!
Babble broke out in the stands over the top of Fudge's voice. Remus' eye widened, and a tear trickled down Dumbledore's cheek. Someone protested from behind him.
For accessory to Sirius Black's numerous crimes.
No, Sirius said, as the eagle Patronus that had been guarding the Dementors faded and let them start toward Remus. He backed his voice up with a burst of happy memories to fuel his Patronus, and was gratified when the Dementors stopped.
I am the Minister for Magic.
Fudge bellowed.
You answer to me, not to Black. Arrest the traitor. I said no.
Sirius snapped.
Remus's fate is linked to mine now. He's not a traitor unless I'm proven guilty.
There was a long pause, during which Fudge's face grew slowly redder. Umbridge scribbled away. Remus and Dumbledore stared at each other. It was impossible to tell who looked sadder, and Sirius' heart thudded in his chest.
Get Mr. Lupin a chair,
Amelia called finally, giving Remus a steely look. Her command earned her blank looks from the majority of the Aurors, but Shacklebolt stood, muttered a complex charm, and a chair identical to Sirius appeared. Remus sat, looking dignified, and gave the chains a rather unimpressed glance. Amelia's Patronus blocked the Dementors off again, and Sirius glanced in Harry's direction to make sure he hadn't been affected.
How long?
Dumbledore asked gravely, before Fudge could start on the charges. Remus fidgeted beside Sirius.
August,
Remus mumbled.
Speak up,
Amelia said.
August,
Remus said, defiantly. In the stands, Dora buried her face in her hands, her hair dark green. Dumbledore sighed and closed his eyes briefly.
And how? Objection,
Sirius said.
Remus' fate is linked to mine, not mine to his, and so I rather think that this whole line of questioning is counterproductive.
A murmur ran through the Wizengamot, but Sirius knew his point was too valid for them to ignore.
The charges, then.
Fudge gave Sirius a nasty smile and accepted a rather long piece of parchment from Rattler.
Against the accused are as follows: that he did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions, having trained as an Auror, personally contribute to the war's magical and non-magical casualties, more specifically the deaths Peter Pettigrew and 13 Muggles. The accused did also partake in the use of dark magic like the unforgivable curses during his time as a Death Eater, and passed confidential information to he who must not be named that resulted in deaths, more specifically, the deaths of the Potters, Boneses, McKinnons, Medozas and also of individuals including Caradoc Dearborn, Benji Fenwick, and Gideon and Fabian Pruitt.
Fudge paused for breath then, and looked at Sirius, who met his gaze calmly and waited for him to continue. Remus quirked an eyebrow in Sirius' direction, and Sirius let one corner of his mouth twitch upward to show that yes, he was all right.
Mr. Black is also accused of escaping the prison fortress, Azkaban. Objection,
Sirius said, with a lazy grin.
I beg your pardon,
Fudge demanded.
As you are sitting here before us, Black, it is quite obvious that you did, in fact, escape.
Sirius knew better than to agree with them. He'd get halfway through yes, and then they'd pounce on that answer and refuse to let him say anything more on the matter. It was best to put them on the defensive.
A criminal accusation is, by definition,
Sirius said,
something that goes against wizarding law. Yes, and since the Ministry went against procedure after my arrest and denied me a trial. What's your point, Black? My point, Minister,
Sirius said,
is that I was never officially sentenced. It was official. So you have a document that specifically outlines the location and duration of my imprisonment?
Out of the corner of his eye, Sirius could see Remus struggling to keep a straight face.
Don't you dare laugh!
Sirius hissed, because if Remus laughed, then it was likely Sirius would too, and he was already having enough trouble getting them to take him seriously. Oh, damn it, Sirius thought, choking on a snigger. Remus coughed. Bloody. Damn it.
You were sentenced to Azkaban, for life. I asked if you had the document,
Sirius said, fighting desperately not to let his amusement show.
Well, no, we don't, but... Exactly. So I'm afraid, Minister, that accusation is empty. I didn't break any laws by leaving a place I had no legal obligation to stay in.
Fudge blinked and Umbridge looked up from her frenzied writing. Sirius grinned at them. Another murmur went through the Wizengamot.
Continue with the charges, Minister, but do make sure they apply. Yes,
Fudge said, flustered. He cleared his throat.
You, that is, the accused, is also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping of the boy Harry Potter, from his relative's home, and later from St. Mungo's. Actually, St. Mungo's was me,
Remus said helpfully. Dumbledore put his head in his hands, and Fudge gaped at them.
Continue, Minister,
Sirius drawled, before they could try to arrest Remus again.
1 kidnapping, then,
Fudge stammered,
and also physical abuse against Harry Potter, who received a dislocated shoulder, extensive bruising, and spinal damage at the hands of the accused.
That wiped all traces of amusement off of Sirius' face, and he snarled quietly.
The accused is also charged with breaking and entering and the evasion of justice in early September, and with the possession of a dark artifact on the night of his arrest last month.
Sirius' breath caught, and he met Remus' eyes for a moment. Worry flowed between them, and Sirius prayed Kira had kept it safe.
You are Sirius Orion Black. What are you implying about Ministry security, Minister?
Sirius asked, with a sly smile. He let Fudge gape at him for a moment and then said,
Of course I'm Sirius Orion Black.
Idiot.
And you received an extensive knowledge of wizarding law during your aura training, did you not?
Yes, Sirius said. He had so many witty responses he could come back with instead, but he thought Fudge deserved a break. The poor man, Sirius didn't actually feel that sorry for him, was still red-faced with embarrassment.
And yet you still committed numerous crimes.
No, Sirius said. Amelia and Dumbledore exchanged irritated looks and then Fudge said,
The chair recognizes its first witness, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore.
Dumbledore stood, exited the Wizengamot stand and conjured himself a chair facing Fudge, though his eyes were fixed on Remus and Sirius. He looked almost apologetic, but Sirius knew Dumbledore. Once he was convinced something was necessary, very little would shake him. Dumbledore gave his account of the war, and some things had members of the public gasping, but Sirius knew just how much he was omitting. Dumbledore never once mentioned the words order or secret organization, and never named any members that hadn't died, with the exception of himself, Sirius, Remus and Peter. He had obviously thought very carefully about what to say. He also didn't paint Sirius as evil, which was a pleasant surprise. It was a very fair account of the way things had happened, to Dumbledore's knowledge, anyway. Fudge and Amelia asked a few questions afterward, mostly about Sirius' supposed wrongdoings, and then Amelia nodded and instructed the next witness to come forward.
Actually, I have a few questions,
Sirius said. Fudge rolled his eyes, but no one contested Sirius' right. Dumbledore gestured for him to continue.
Would you consider yourself to be a reasonably perceptive man?
Dumbledore's eyes narrowed and Sirius knew he knew exactly where Sirius was trying to take this.
No more than the average man, I'm sure,
Dumbledore said politely.
Right,
Sirius said.
But you went into a reasonable amount of detail in your version of events. I did, yes. And your version of events was constructed from a number of conclusions you drew from your perceptions of things going on at the time, yes. Yes. So either you've got poor perception, in which case your account is perhaps not as reliable as you had hoped, or you are actually are reasonably perceptive.
Sirius said.
So which is it?
Dumbledore made a quiet nose of frustration, because he knew as well as Sirius that he was cornered.
I suppose I'm reasonably perceptive,
Dumbledore sighed.
You taught Voldemort.
For a moment, the courtroom sounded like a Muggle zoo. People squawked, yelped, growled, squeaked and gulped, and then things quietened again.
Yes. I did, yes. Tell me, Headmaster, did he ever make you uneasy? Did you ever suspect that he might actually be evil? I worried,
Dumbledore admitted.
And he's an evil git,
Sirius said, making Remus laugh.
But he was an admittedly talented wizard, wasn't he? A master legilimens, and quite good at occlumency. Other than bragging about your master, Black,
Fudge said,
where is this? I'll get there,
Sirius said shortly, and turned back to Dumbledore.
So you would say he was pretty good at hiding things? Yes,
Dumbledore said.
And yet you worried?
Sirius said. His hands twitched, he wanted to wave them around to make his point, but they remained firmly chained to the chair.
Silly question, you've already said you did.
Dumbledore inclined his head, but he looked annoyed.
Did you worry about me, sir? Honestly.
Dumbledore said something that even Sirius, with his excellent hearing, missed.
Pardon? No.
Dumbledore admitted.
So, even with all of those perceptive skills, ones that weren't fooled by the evil git himself, you never suspected me? No,
Dumbledore said clearly. There was no twinkle in his blue eyes.
Did it ever occur to you that that might be because there was nothing to suspect me of?
Sirius asked, tapping his fingers against the arm of his chair. Dumbledore's silence was confirmation enough.
One last thing,
Sirius said, and Dumbledore nodded warily.
I know we talked about it, and that it was assumed, but were you ever actually told that I was the secret keeper? Was there ever any proof? No,
Dumbledore said,
to both, but... Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask.
Sirius said. Dumbledore rejoined the Wizengamot members and Knight was brought forward and questioned about the day Sirius had been arrested. Again, it was a reasonably fair account, if a little gory. Hit wizards weren't exactly renowned for their censorship, even the smart ones tended to speak and act first, and think later. Rattler was probably the most refined one Sirius had ever met, and he had been out of the job for 2 years, according to Remus. He gave Knight an awkward smile. Last time they'd met, she had been holding him to a port key.
You were the first person to apparate in after the explosion?
Sirius asked.
Yeah,
she said proudly.
And sweet Slytherin, you made a mess. I did. Yeah, there was. You can prove that I was the one that cast the charm.
Knight snorted and pushed her short hair out of her face.
Anyone with an ounce of common sense could tell it was you,
she said, rolling her eyes.
You were the only one still alive. And you can prove that. I saw you kneeling there. Did you check my wand?
Sirius asked, cutting her off. Knight had been trained to be impulsive, but she wasn't an idiot. She knew how to avoid questions.
Did you check to see what charm it had last performed? Well, a yes or no answer will be fine,
Sirius said. Knight huffed and crossed her arms.
No. So you don't actually have any proof that it was me? No,
she said, pursing her lips.
Did I seem aware that you had arrived?
She looked surprised at the sudden change of topic, and then nodded.
Yes, you looked at me and laughed and said it wasn't what it looked like. So you would say I knew I was going to be arrested? Yeah. Did I try to escape? No. You said we had the wrong man, but you came quietly. And did I have my wand?
Knight squinted for a moment, obviously trying to remember.
Until I pulled it out of your hand, yes, she said. Interesting,
Sirius said, grinning at Remus.
So, you're saying I had my wand? The same wand, if your version of events is to be believed, that I had just used to cause mass destruction to a Muggle street and its occupants, and that I was also aware that you had arrived and that it meant I'd be arrested? Is that correct? Yes,
Knight said hesitantly.
So why didn't I fight? If I'm the violent mass murderer everyone's made me out to be, then why did I let you pull my wand out of my hand? Your words, not mine.
He shrugged, and nodded, inviting her to answer.
We had you cornered. You knew there was no way out. But so, supposedly, had Peter, just moments before. There was more than one. There were also those 13 Muggles,
Sirius said.
If they were close enough to have been caught up in the explosion, then arguably they had cornered me too. We were trained professionals. So was I,
Sirius said.
But I, as you've said, came quietly. If I might interrupt, Mr. Black,
Amelia said, and Sirius turned his attention to her.
Might I ask why you allowed yourself to be arrested?
Because I was tired, Sirius thought. I had been outsmarted by stupid bloody Peter, and Lily, and James were dead, and Harry was off to Petunia's, and Remus hated me. Amelia wasn't really supposed to ask him questions until he was acting as a witness, but everything about this had been unorthodox and answering was a good way to metaphorically slap the ministry, so he didn't object.
I assumed I was being taken off to the holding cells to await my trial. There was no point in fighting. I was, and still am, an innocent man, so I had nothing to fear from a trial.
He barked a humorless laugh.
Joke was on me, wasn't it? Did you have anything else to ask the witness? No,
Sirius said.
I think I've made my point.
Clearwater, the blonde guard who had been on duty the night Sirius escaped Azkaban, was up next. He wove a rather biased tale about Sirius, and the dark magic marks he had made on his walls to protect him from Dementors. The only crime his testimony covered was his apparent dark magic use, but he made Sirius sound like a complete git. Sirius sighed, supposing that he had been spoiled with Dumbledore and Night.
Those evil marks. What did they look like?
Lines, Clearwater said, sticking his nose in the air.
It was probably some complex arithmancy spell. Did you take arithmancy in school? I did, yes. Got a NEWT in it.
Sirius wondered, absently, what a man who was capable of high-level arithmancy was doing with a job in Azkaban.
Oh,
Sirius said.
I never did it myself. So tell me, is 2652 a powerful magical number? No, but what's that? That's the number of lines there were on my wall,
Sirius said quietly, and Remus made a small noise in the back of his throat. Sirius hadn't mentioned the lines before.
What were the marks, then?
Fudge asked. Sirius hesitated.
The number of days since James and Lily's deaths,
he said finally. The stands were silent again.
Pads?
Remus murmured, looking unhappy. Sirius cleared his throat and looked everywhere but Remus and Harry and fixed his gaze on Clearwater.
So,
Sirius said loudly,
I've discounted your evil carvings on the wall theory, but no doubt you still think dark magic was involved. Could you describe, please, what happened when a Dementor approached me? You would hide at the back of your cell.
Several people tittered at that, and Clearwater smirked.
And I'd faint, right? Right,
Clearwater said reluctantly.
So you would say I was actually affected by them?
Clearwater made an annoyed noise and folded his arms.
Well. Yes.
Sirius arched an eyebrow at the man's petulant tone but didn't comment on that.
Doesn't that contradict your earlier statement about me protecting myself?
Clearwater gave him a stony look.
One last question. When the Dementors were near me, and I'd fall unconscious, what would I wake up saying?
Clearwater fiddled with a button on the pocket of his robes and cleared his throat. Then he glanced at Amelia, Fudge, and Dumbledore, as if to ask if he really had to answer.
Answer the question.
Sirius snapped.
That you were innocent,
Clearwater said, not meeting Sirius' gaze, or those of the members of the Wizengamot. He scratched the back of his neck and practically sprinted back to his seat when Fudge announced the questioning was over.
The chair recognizes Aura John Andrew Dalish,
Fudge said. Dalish was brought forward and talked about how Padfoot had supposedly abused Harry. He had apparently spoken to the healers at St. Mungo's and filed the official report, and he had also witnessed their interactions during their time in the cell. He covered Harry's injuries in depth, and spoke a lot about the days immediately following the Dementor attack, where Harry and Padfoot had been quite distant. He turned Harry into a victim, which Harry didn't like at all, because he had known what was at stake when he and Padfoot faced the Inferi, and because their distance had been Harry's fault, not Padfoot's. Dalish made Padfoot out to be a monster. Harry's eyes burned holes into the back of Dalish's head the entire time, and then Padfoot stood and Harry grinned. Padfoot was going to tear the aura to shreds. He was right. Padfoot started simply, asking whether Dalish had proof that it had been him who attacked Harry, and had Harry ever said anything to suggest that he was abused, or acted as if he was afraid. Dalish was forced to say no to all of those questions. Then, for the first time in nearly an hour, Padfoot hesitated when the topic of their time in the cell came up. He turned to look at Harry, obviously asking for permission, and Harry swallowed, and nodded. Draco and the severe-looking witch that Moody had called Professor both glanced at him in askance, but he just shook his head at them. Remus' friend Matt put a hand on Harry's shoulder briefly, obviously smelling his unease, and Draco, apparently not appeased by Harry's headshake, leaned over.
"Do you need a hug?"
he whispered.
"No, thanks,"
Harry muttered back. Draco shrugged and went back to staring at a witch in magenta robes in the front row. He had been staring at strangers the whole time, and Harry didn't think he was paying much attention to what was going on at all. Padfoot looked like he'd have liked to be pacing.
"You've suggested that I abuse Harry." "I have, yes." "Implying that I don't care for him? That I have very little regard for his well-being, is that right?" "That's the logical explanation, yes."
"Well," Padfoot said, smirking at the Wizengamot, Fudge, particularly.
"I wasn't going to bring this into it, but since you already have... Well, this is a criminal trial and I've been accused of enough crimes without adding lying to the Wizengamot to the list. Tell me, after the Dementor attack down in the holding cells..."
One of the trainees near Dora squeaked and a tall man put an arm around her and whispered something, but Harry didn't hear it over the shocked and indignant sounds of the other people seated in the courtroom.
"What did the Aurors come down to find?" "I'm afraid I can't answer that,"
Dalish said.
"I wasn't down there that morning, and while I've heard stories, one can never be sure about their credibility. I can provide an accurate account."
All eyes turned to Rufus, who steeled himself and kept his expression calm. Black's expression was one of hopeful disbelief, and Rufus met his eye for the briefest moment, before glancing at Bones again.
"You?"
Fudge asked.
"Me,"
Rufus agreed. While Black hadn't yet told his version of events, Rufus had witnessed enough of his behavior. The man was by no means a saint, but he was hardly evil, or even dark, and seen enough of the way he treated the Potter boy, to have suspected that there was something not quite right with the whole situation. Black hadn't yet given his own account, but Rufus was convinced anyway. The Wizengamot wouldn't be convinced unless Black did something big to prove them wrong, but to Rufus, it was the little things that mattered. It was the little things, like the fact that Dumbledore hadn't suspected him, the fact that Black hadn't reacted violently when the hit wizards apparated in, the fact that he had been just as vulnerable to Dementors as any other prisoner, even if he was immune now, and that he had said he was innocent in his sleep. They were the things that made all the difference. There was also the fact that Rufus had been painted as a Black supporter already. Apparently civility toward prisoners was a crime now, and so he'd probably lose his job if Black was convicted. Rufus wanted justice for Black, but his own self-preservation came above even that. Even better was that he could accomplish both with the same action.
"Are you working with him too?"
Fudge demanded. Bones was pale, and looked like her entire world would crumble if Rufus' answer was affirmative. He didn't want to crush her. Bones, at least, was competent. Fudge, on the other hand, was a complete waste of space, and so was Dalish. The fact that helping Black would spite them just made things even sweeter.
"No,"
he said.
"I'm merely offering my own account since, by his own confession, your witness is unable to do so. The chair recognizes the witness Rufus." "Edmund,"
Rufus supplied. After Scrimgeour's testimony, Fudge called a recess in proceedings, with the promise that they'd resume in 20 minutes with the defense's witnesses. Harry was feeling hopeful. He was pretty sure that most of the legal subtleties had been lost on him, but Padfoot had been clear with most of his points and the people in the stands no longer looked like they wanted to murder Padfoot where he stood, so Harry thought that was a small victory. They didn't believe him, not yet, but they were listening. Aura Roberts was having a word with Moody. Both of them were talking in low voices, and Roberts in particular looked worried and made Moody promise to keep an eye on his sidekick. Harry wondered if Roberts meant Dora, just in case he needed help. He announced he was going to follow the coordinates, and then hurried toward the exit.
Is she all right?
Dora asked Moody.
Probably not,
Moody replied, looking grim. He fiddled with something small and golden, his magical eye tracking Robert's progress.
What do you think he was?
Draco asked, staring after Roberts too.
He's an Auror,
Harry said.
Obviously, Potter,
Draco snapped.
Merlin, you're stupid. You asked me a question and I answered,
Harry snapped back.
If you want a better one, then, I dunno, be clearer next time. Fine,
Draco said snottily.
Do you think he's a Muggle-born, or a half-blood? Where in Merlin's name did that come from?
Harry asked, staring at him, wondering if that was what Draco had been doing while he was staring at people. He also glanced at Mr. Malfoy, but the older wizard didn't seem to have heard their exchange.
Questions are generally products of thought,
Draco sneered.
I can understand why you might find that confusing, since you've probably never had a thought in your li.
The professor cleared her throat and gave them both unimpressed looks, and Harry and Draco shared a guilty, almost apologetic grimace and stayed silent until she turned her attention back to the giant man on her right.
Just answer the question, Potter. What if he's a pure blood?
Harry asked.
I don't recognize the name,
Draco said, as if that discounted that possibility. Harry was forced to concede that it probably did.
Sir?
Draco asked, turning to Snape, who looked torn between exasperation and amusement. If Harry didn't know better, he'd have thought Snape was about to smile. Convinced the world was almost officially backward, Harry fixed his attention on the floor, where Padfoot was drumming his fingers on the sides of his chair and Moony was engaged in a sad staring competition with Dumbledore.
The trial will resume,
Bones boomed,
in 2 minutes.
Harry felt his heart rate pick up.
Calm down,
Matt murmured, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder again.
You're making me nervous. Aren't you worried?
Harry couldn't help asking.
Of course I am. So's everyone else.
Matt tapped the side of his nose and winked. Dora made a noise next to him, and he glanced at her and winked again, but she didn't even seem to notice. Her eyes were distant, and one of her hands was clamped on Moody's sleeve, as if for support.
It bloody stinks.
The professor cleared her throat again, as if telling him off for his language. Matt shrugged, and then the professor's beady eyes met Harry's. She smiled sadly and murmured something to the giant.
Except I can't really say anything to them.
Matt continued.
You on the other hand, are just here.
Harry smiled reluctantly.
What does worry smell like?
He asked. Matt arched an eyebrow.
It's thick,
he said.
Kind of like breathing smoke, except it doesn't smell smoky. It's kind of sickly sweet. That sounds... unpleasant?
Matt offered.
Yeah. Sorry. It's fine. If you could smell me, I'd probably stink too.
Harry wondered if he'd be able to smell it when he was a wolf, and if it would smell the same way for him. Matt grinned.
The trial is about to resume, could everyone please be seated and silent?
Fudge called, and the babble stopped immediately. Matt leaned back into his seat and Harry's eyes went right to Padfoot and Moony.
What are you telling them?
Remus murmured.
About Wormtail and Padfoot,
Sirius replied in a quiet voice, glancing at the wizened Gamut. Fudge was introducing them as witnesses.
About everything. Which of you will be speaking first?
Amelia asked, eyeing Sirius.
I will,
Remus said, and Sirius gave him a sharp look.
The story starts with me. Moony,
Sirius muttered.
Exactly,
Remus murmured.
Moony.
Sirius hissed when he realized what Moony was about to do.
I didn't mean everything. You don't?
Remus gave Sirius a sad smile. He was very pale and sweat was beading on his forehead, despite the fact that it was reasonably cool inside the courtroom.
The chair recognizes Remus John Lupin,
Fudge said,
witness for the defense. In the beginning,
Remus said,
there were 4 of us. Myself, Sirius, James Potter.
Sirius noticed that Remus didn't actually look directly at Harry. Most people seemed not to have noticed him sitting innocuously in the stands, and Sirius thought he probably liked it that way.
And Peter Pettigrew.
Anger, hot and smoky, burned Sirius' nose, and he saw Remus' shoulders stiffen.
We were all sorted into Gryffindor and were best friends by the end of the first week of our first year. After that, we were more or less inseparable. I won't go into details, we don't have the time, I'm afraid, but for you to comprehend any of the rest of Sirius' story, you must understand that we were all very close.
There was a trumpeting sound from the stands and Sirius' eyes found Hagrid, who had pulled out a large flowery handkerchief. McGonagall, next to him, appeared to be crying too.
We were the sort of friends that did anything for each other. I helped Sirius, James, and Peter with their homework, and partnered with them in class, and lied to get them out of trouble and gave them advice when they needed it. I like to think I was a good friend. Congratulations,
Fudge said.
If you would get to the point, though. My point,
Remus said,
is despite everything I ever did for them, I never came anywhere close to matching what they did for me.
He took a deep breath and lifted his chin, and it was at that moment that Sirius realized just how far Remus was willing to go to help him.
Moony. It's all right, Padfoot,
he said calmly. Then, in a defiant voice, he said,
I'm a werewolf.
The response was instant, several people shrieked, several gasped, and the Aurors had to disarm a few people before they could hurt Remus. One man was escorted out by a grim-looking Scrimgar.
Continue, Wolf,
Fudge said, and Sirius glared at him until he quailed and hid behind his parchment, and then Remus continued. He spoke, briefly, about how his father had upset Greyback. The name, judging from everyone's reactions, was a familiar one, although he never specified when he had been bitten. Sirius eventually realized that he was protecting Dumbledore from any potential backlash for allowing a werewolf to go to Hogwarts.
When my friends found out,
Remus said, nodding at Sirius,
they accepted me.
Several people laughed, and several others muttered rather offensive things to the people next to them. Sirius glowered in their respective directions, though Remus ignored them. It had to be affecting him, his hearing was better than Sirius, after all, but he didn't smell upset, and he didn't look it either.
And they wanted to help. They should have put you down.
Someone called, and this time Remus flinched. Sirius snarled under his breath, and several other people in the crowd reacted in his defense too. Sirius saw Dora and McGonagall glaring in the speaker's direction. Dumbledore cleared his throat and uttered a cold warning, and then, a moment later, there was a shriek which cut off with a mooing noise, and then several other people made shocked noises. Sirius craned his neck, trying to see, and chuckled at what he spotted. A witch in the middle of the stands was sporting black and white ears and a pair of rather impressive horns. Sirius' gaze went straight to Harry, who had gone bright red and appeared to be trying to sink into his seat. Behind him, Matt was doubled over with laughter, and the Malfoy boy was whispering to a sour-looking Snape.
"What did you do to her?"
a man demanded, while the witch made noises that wouldn't have been out of place on a farm.
"I didn't do anything,"
Sirius said politely.
"But it's reasonably easy to work out what happened. Someone decided that if she's going to act like a cow, she might as well look the part."
Remus chortled next to him, and a few others scattered around the room did as well. Unfortunately, Sirius' humor didn't appeal to the Aurors, most of whom had their wands trained on Sirius.
"Sirius is not responsible for this,"
Dumbledore said, also watching Harry. He didn't say anything else, but a wave of his hand had the Aurors lowering their wands, and a nod of his head had McGonagall standing and flicking her wand to reverse Harry's accidental magic. Harry looked relieved, and also a little disappointed.
"Remus, if you would continue." "Of course, sir."
Remus waited until it was quiet again and then said,
"My friends wanted to help me, and so they became Animagi."
It seemed Remus had anticipated the outcry this comment would cause, because he paused and glanced at Sirius, who shrugged.
"Animagi?"
Dumbledore asked, looking stunned.
"But you're not on they." "We never registered,"
Sirius said.
"Now there's a crime I'll admit to being guilty of."
Umbridge beamed and stabbed her quill into the inkwell before scribbling something down, and Rattler, the victim of Umbridge's enthusiasm, brushed spots of ink off his face. Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted and he and Sirius stared at each other. Sirius felt like Dumbledore was reassessing him, while everyone talked around them.
"Enough!"
Amelia boomed.
"We'd like to get through this today, so if the public would kindly be silent."
She waited and then nodded.
"Thank you. Mr. Lupin, continue, please." "Werewolves are only dangerous to humans,"
Remus said.
"It was still a very risky thing to do, but they weren't at risk of catching my condition, at least. Sirius was, is, a dog. James was a stag."
Sirius saw Dumbledore's mouth forming the word prongs. He was nodding, and Sirius felt a surge of hope.
"Peter is a rat." "Is?"
Fudge stammered.
"But, Lupin, Peter Pettigrew is dead." "I thought this was my testimony, Minister, not yours,"
Remus said politely. Sirius sniggered.
"But Pettigrew will be addressed in my testament,"
Sirius said.
"I can start now, if you would like, or did you want to stick to procedure and have Remus questioned first?"
Amelia waved a hand, indicating that Sirius could ask whatever he liked. Sirius thought for a moment. He didn't really need to question Remus about the credibility of his testament, because the others would probably do that. He didn't really have much to ask. He thought for a moment and then decided that it probably couldn't hurt to use this as a sort of character reference, since that, after all, was what he'd be judged on due to his lack of other evidence. He cleared his throat.
"You've made it clear that we were, and still are, reasonably close,"
Sirius said, feeling foolish for addressing Remus so formally. Remus nodded.
"So would you say I was a good friend?" "I would, yes,"
Remus said calmly.
"And I risked my life for you, once a month?"
Sirius asked.
"Yes,"
Remus replied.
"Until when?" "You were at my house, with me, on the full moon on the night that Lily and James died,"
Remus said.
"I was,"
Sirius agreed.
"Tell me, Remus, what did the Death Eaters think of you?" "They wanted me dead." "Did I?"
Sirius asked, and Remus' eyes gleamed.
"Want me dead?"
he asked, looking believably stunned.
No, of course you didn't, you were there on full moons, helping me. If you had wanted me dead, you could have just left me to deal with things on my own. But I didn't. No, I don't think you had missed a full moon in at least a year. You were always there, even when James and Peter couldn't make it. So you would say my behavior was uncharacteristic of a Death Eater,
Sirius said.
I would, yes.
The conversation felt unnatural. Most of the things Remus was saying were things that they never talked about. Some things didn't need to be said aloud, and to do it here just felt wrong. Sirius knew he wasn't an overly modest person, but this ego-stoking made him feel like a bit of a prat, particularly since it was Remus he was talking to. Usually Remus was the one who tried to deflate his ego.
You risked your life to help me numerous times, me, a werewolf. I can't imagine many of these people here are Death Eaters, but even they wouldn't go out of their way for me, the way you did. Oh, Moony, I'm blushing,
Sirius said in a low voice, and smirked.
Shut up, you prat,
Remus shot back, hardly moving his mouth to do so.
But you're my brave defender,
Sirius muttered. Remus rolled his eyes. Sirius took a moment to clear the smirk from his face and then, with a slightly apologetic grimace asked,
would you say you and I were the closest? We do share certain canine attributes,
Remus said wryly, and a few people, Sirius among them, chuckled.
But frankly, no. We were close, brothers, really, more than friends, but if we were brothers, you and James were twins.
Sirius smiled and Remus smiled back.
Absolutely mental, the pair of you,
he continued, fondly.
The perfect double act. You've already made it clear that I did a lot for you, apparently despite the fact that it wasn't you that I was closest to.
Sirius grimaced, feeling like a complete git again, but Remus just smiled.
So what do you think I would have done for James? Anything,
Remus said simply. Sirius expected the audience to break out talking again, but everything was oddly hushed. Sirius caught Dumbledore's eye and nodded to show he was finished with his questions. Dumbledore stood, Fudge sank back into his chair looking disappointed, and came to stand in front of them. Dumbledore was tall, taller than Sirius, even when Sirius was standing, and so he positively dwarfed them when they were sitting down. He took his spectacles off, cleaned them on his robes, replaced them, and then surveyed them both through the glass. Sirius shifted, feeling rather like he was in the headmaster's office after a prank on Snape, even though it was Remus who was about to be questioned.
I'm afraid I'm at a loss about where to begin,
Dumbledore murmured, in the kindest tone Sirius had heard from him, excluding the times it had been directed at Harry, since before Halloween. His eyes were also just a bit warmer, and Sirius thought, and hoped, that the older wizard was beginning to change his mind.
Nothing in your story directly relates to Sirius guilt, except for the lack of registration, of course.
He paused, his expression a strange mix of curious and calculating.
Your story about Animagi is all you have to offer today. It is,
Remus agreed.
The rest is Sirius to tell.
Dumbledore adjusted his hat.
I could attack you with questions, but I truly think the best way to test the reliability of what you've just said, Remus, is to have Sirius transform. Let me go, then,
Sirius said, beaming.
Oh, no,
Fudge said, waggling a finger.
You can do it from your chair. And break my legs?
Sirius asked, attempting to lift his arms. The chains rattled.
Dogs don't bend this way, Minister. If you try to run, you will be stopped,
Dumbledore warned, and then the chains recoiled and Sirius shook his hands and rotated his wrists a few times before standing slowly. Remus looked a little put out that he hadn't been let loose too.
Don't attack me,
Sirius said. He hunched and then morphed into Padfoot. It was unpleasant. Scents were strong as a human, but as a dog, they were almost overwhelming. He sneezed a few times, and rubbed his nose with a paw, while Remus gave him a sympathetic look, and Dumbledore watched him carefully. Padfoot shook and then sat down, watching the wizened Gamut. Umbridge looked particularly sour, and something told Padfoot she was a cat person.
"That will do,"
Dumbledore murmured, and Padfoot reared up and became serious again. Several wands followed him.
Yeah,
he said, flopping down in his chair again before anyone could tell him to. He rubbed his wrists once more and then let the chains bind them in place.
"Well, I think that proves Remus was telling the truth, so unless there's anything else you want to ask him."
Fudge, Dumbledore and Amelia exchanged a glance.
"The chair,"
Fudge said slowly,
"recognizes Sirius Orion Black, witness for the defense."
End of chapter. Chapter 56, Guilty Hearts. Remus thought he was lucky to have made it through his questioning with his voice still intact. Sirius was practically croaking out his answers to Fudge's questions, and Remus could see him shooting longing glances at the glass of water in front of Amelia.
"All very well and good, but can you prove it?"
Fudge said, looking smug.
"Where's Pettigrew now?" "If I knew, do you really think I wouldn't have arranged for him to be here?"
Sirius asked hoarsely. He had come into the trial having fun, Remus thought, but that had long passed.
"He's an evil git and a coward and he's in hiding." "Which matches your story nicely,"
Fudge said.
"But can you?" "I've given you as much proof as I can."
Sirius wriggled his arm in the chains until he managed to get his sleeve back.
"Look, no dark mark. After everyone's testimony, you can't honestly think I'm an evil murdering Death Eater."
Yes, Sirius was definitely fed up. Remus glanced in Sirius' direction and offered him a small smile, but he was too busy scowling at Fudge to see it.
"Perhaps not, but that's the thing, we don't like to rely on opinions. We like facts to trust."
"Facts?" Sirius demanded.
"Then why the hell is Malfoy sitting up there, free, while I'm in chains?"
Malfoy shifted in the crowd.
"And what about Snape?"
Remus knew Snape had helped Sirius a few times, but there was still obviously no love lost between those two.
"Both of them have dark marks, and you can put their parts in the war down to the Imperius Curse, but there's no way to prove that, is there? So obviously you did go on opinions." "There was ample evidence to support Mr. Malfoy's innocence,"
Fudge said.
"Galleons don't count, Minister,"
Sirius croaked. Fudge's face turned a nasty red color, and Malfoy was pink up in the stands. Amelia, Dumbledore, and even Scrimgeour looked disapproving.
"That's not, he didn't, Mr. Malfoy is not the one on trial,"
Fudge said.
"He was found innocent."
Fudge's face crinkled, as if he had just thought of something unpleasant.
"And before you ask, Black, Dumbledore himself saw to Snape's trial, so—" "He what?"
Sirius asked, and there was something in his voice that Remus couldn't place.
"He?"
Sirius looked at Dumbledore, who seemed to be expecting a challenge.
"I mean, you gave Snape a trial."
Movement caught Remus' eye and he saw Snape fold his arms.
"I did,"
Dumbledore said, perhaps a touch defensively. Sirius stared at him, and Dumbledore continued in a gentle but firm voice.
"Severus Snape's innocence has already been determined and whatever it is you find objectionable about that is irrelevant to the matter at hand."
Sirius blinked. He was quiet for a long time, and Remus didn't like the sense coming off of him at all. There was shock, anger, sadness, and above all, genuine confusion. It was hard to say exactly what Sirius smelled like, but whatever it was it made Remus' chest ache. It was a bit like when Sirius had been struggling with the Dementor's draft.
Well, back to what I was saying,
Fudge said, apparently pleased that Sirius had quietened.
What, that is to say, is there any tangible evidence can you offer us, Black? Because we want to believe you, really.
Remus snorted quietly, but he was worried. Sirius didn't appear to have heard Fudge, which was unusual because Sirius had been listening to everything today.
Sirius,
Remus murmured, stretching out to kick Sirius' ankle.
Padfoot.
Sirius jerked in his chair, but his eyes never left Dumbledore.
I don't understand,
he said finally, looking hurt.
Black,
Fudge said impatiently,
it was a simple. He was a Death Eater,
Sirius said, tilting his head toward Snape.
You know he was a Death Eater. And I wasn't, I never, but, why him?
Sirius' voice was very quiet, and actually rather pitiful. Remus was usually very good at following Sirius' line of thought, but even he still wasn't entirely sure what Sirius was talking about.
Pardon?
Dumbledore asked.
I said, why him?
Sirius repeated, in that same, shattered voice.
If you wanted to give Snape a second chance, then fine, but why didn't I get the same?
Sirius frowned at the floor.
Maybe one good deed's enough to redeem him from a life of pretty questionable choices, but I lived a good life. I fought,
Sirius' voice broke.
For you, would have died for our side. But then it looks like I've made one mistake and that's enough to condemn me.
Sirius cocked his head.
I don't understand.
Oh Merlin, Remus thought. He had known about Snape's trial, of course, though it had been private, so he hadn't been able to attend. He hadn't cared that Dumbledore had given Snape a trial and not Sirius. Remus had hated Sirius back then, but looking back, he'd probably be furious if it was him, but Sirius just looked rattled. Fudge noticed and, ever the politician, though a terrible one, seized the advantage.
Answer the question, Black, can you prove your innocence?
Sirius looked over at Fudge, annoyed.
I can't prove anything,
he said. Then he frowned, and even Remus knew he had made a mistake.
No, wait. No evidence.
Fudge said, arching an eyebrow.
My character and morality have had a pretty thorough. Very well, we'll judge you on your character,
Fudge said.
You say that you didn't abuse Harry Potter. Of course I didn't.
Sirius sounded off. He had raised his voice a few times during the trial, but this wasn't for emphasis. It was a loss of patience, or loss of control. And Sirius' eyes were still flicking between Dumbledore and Snape.
I had never hurt. But he was hurt, wasn't he? Badly. Yes. While in your care. I was trying to help him. Was he hurt while in your care, yes or no, Black?
Sirius tore his eyes away from the crowd and the Wizengamot and fixed them on Fudge.
Yes, he was, but... And you were the one responsible for putting him in a position where he could have been injured.
Sirius had carefully evaded the details behind the cave in his testimony, but the Ministry had been involved with Harry at St. Mungo's, and so they knew the outcome anyway.
No. So Harry makes the decisions, does he? You let a boy make the judgment calls. No, I did. Then you were lying to me. No, Merlin, yes, but... So you endangered him, failed to protect him, and then left him in the care of a man, sorry, werewolf. who you weren't friendly with at the time, in the hopes that he'd get the boy the necessary treatment, correct?
Sirius glared at him, face red. He was obviously angry, and trying to think of what to say. Remus knew better than anyone that Sirius could be a bit of a liability when he was angry. If he spoke out now, he'd probably insult someone, but if he said nothing, it was basically an admission of guilt.
Black. It wasn't exactly like that. So my summary of events is wrong? Well, no. So you're not really a fit guardian,
Fudge said, smoothing his robes.
And,
he continued, before Sirius could protest,
what interests me is that, despite your aura training and supposed dedication to the law, you still broke it to befriend your werewolf. He has a name,
Sirius snapped, and Dumbledore seemed to be nodding in agreement. Remus felt a little warmed.
Could you explain why? Why, what?
Sirius asked.
Why you broke the law? Am I right in assuming it was for belief? Did you think that some things were more important?
I suppose, Sirius said, looking confused. Remus was confused too. Why was Fudge suddenly so understanding?
So you would do anything, as long as you thought it was the right thing. Wouldn't we all? Yes or no? Stop cutting him off,
Remus said angrily.
Stop speaking out of turn,
Fudge said.
Now, Black, yes or no?
Yes, Sirius snapped. He was obviously slipping and getting frustrated with himself and with Fudge.
Your family were strong supporters of you-know-who, weren't they? Some of them. Your brother was a Death Eater, correct?
He quit, Sirius said stiffly, obviously startled that Regulus had come up. He shouldn't have been. Remus was sure he had probably anticipated the Black family angle, and even planned how to deal with the inevitable questions. He seemed to have forgotten that, though.
Get it together, Padfoot,
Remus murmured.
You don't think I'm trying?
Sirius hissed.
But he was.
Fudge asked.
Yes. And we know from Lupin that you would do anything for a brother, even if they weren't related to you, don't we? If your brother had wanted you to join his master, you would have. Anything was the word Lupin used. Not. That wasn't a question, Black. Please hold your tongue.
Fudge rocked back on his heels, apparently enjoying himself, and Umbridge wore a wide smile as her hand raced over her transcription. After a moment of staring into the crowd, and a few thoughtful glances at Sirius, Fudge announced that he was finished. Sirius slumped, looking annoyed and relieved all at once. Gawain staggered as he landed, worry making him perhaps a little less steady than he'd usually be. It had been almost 3 hours since McKinnon was supposed to have met him, and she hadn't even contacted him with an excuse. She sounded like a mess when he spoke to her that morning, and she had been fragile lately anyway. Silence from her on the day of the trial was definitely not a good thing. He cursed the twitchy little prophet. Reporter who had caught him on his way out of the courtroom and bombarded him with ridiculous questions. Gawain had answered to and then given up and told the man to go and listen in if he wanted news. Gawain shook his head, still irritated, and tucked his sidekick into his robes. He glanced around and then he spotted her. McKinnon was sitting, hunched on the ground beside a large white gravestone. Gawain was a few yards away, and could still see that she was trembling. Not far from her feet, a man lay, unmoving. Oh, dear Merlin, no, Gawain thought, hurrying forward.
Expelliarmus,
he said, thinking that this was becoming his usual way to greet her, and her wand flew into his hand. She hardly seemed to notice.
I'm a monster,
she choked, as Gawain knelt down beside the man. He had a pulse, thankfully, and didn't appear to be hurt. He aimed his wand at the man, and McKinnon let out a shriek and knocked his hand away. Gawain flicked his wand and ropes wrapped around her, the way they had in the cells the day she went after Black.
No,
she said.
No, he'll get away.
Something in her voice made him pause.
I see,
he said carefully. She continued to tremble, in fact, she was almost rocking, and her eyes never left the unconscious man.
McKinnon? McKinnon, look at me.
She did, slowly, and her eyes were half sad, half mad.
He killed them,
she said. Gawain glanced at the man again.
He's a murderer?
he asked, and she let out a sob and nodded. Gawain didn't get a coherent word out her for another few minutes, just a lot about Black and monsters. Gawain tried to talk to her, and tried to pat her knee or her hand, but that got him nowhere. Eventually, she calmed down enough for him to inch a bit closer and try to get an arm around her, but she wriggled away, struggling against her ropes.
Don't,
she whispered.
Don't, I don't deserve it. McKinnon. Don't. I should be in Azkaban.
She wriggled and wiped her wet cheek on her shoulder because her hands were pinned.
Arrest me. You have to arrest. Enough.
Gawain said, being gentle hadn't worked, so he hoped a rougher approach would.
I'm not arresting anyone, do you understand?
She blinked up at him, and Gawain was sorry to see that she didn't seem to understand.
But you have to, him and me, both of us, we're both monsters. Please, sir, please, you have. Enough.
He said again, and she flinched and fell silent. He felt guilty for yelling at her when she was very obviously not in her right mind, but he pushed that down.
Can you tell me what's wrong with you? Everything's wrong with me,
she began, and Gawain sighed. Should have seen that coming, he thought resignedly.
How about him?
Gawain asked, gesturing to the unconscious man.
I put him to sleep,
she said.
I can see that,
Gawain said patiently.
Can you tell me why?
For the first time, a bit of what Gawain thought was the real McKinnon peered out through her brown eyes. The look she gave him was almost condescending.
He's Peter Pettigrew,
she said, as if it should be obvious.
Peter Pettigrew?
He asked. It was a name he was familiar with, one he thought he had heard recently, in fact, but it took him a moment to remember where. Gawain swore loudly and rather colorfully, and looked at the man with new eyes.
I thought he was dead. So did I.
McKinnon said, breaking into a fresh round of tears. The implications of Pettigrew being alive hit Gawain like blood jars. He was reasonably familiar with the case, it had seemed like a smart thing to do once he knew he'd be working with McKinnon, and so it was easy enough to deduce the truth with the new evidence. It meant Sirius Black had in all likelihood been framed for his mass murder. Black was innocent. He glanced at McKinnon, who had obviously reached this conclusion hours ago and was also struggling to wrap her head around what the consequences of that were. He was willing to bet now that Black hadn't shown up in her house in September to hurt her. He had probably wanted a friend, wanted to confide in her. And, then there was the significantly more troubling matter, McKinnon had attempted to murder a trapped, unarmed, innocent man. That had been bad when they had thought Black was evil, but now that he wasn't, well, if he was McKinnon, he'd probably be curled up on the ground too. Gawain breathed in deeply, counted to 10, and then exhaled. Black's life was potentially at stake. Then, he removed the ropes around McKinnon, who didn't move much at all, and tossed her wand back.
Courage, virtue, determination, and intelligence,
Gawain said into his sidekick, and reached out to put a hand on McKinnon's knee. She didn't respond. He murmured,
Phoenix,
which was Moody's password, and his sidekick warmed briefly.
Roberts.
Moody's growled greeting was soft, and Gawain was fairly certain he was still sitting in the stands. There was a buzzing sound behind him, like people talking.
Have you found her? I have. What's happening with the trial? They're re-voting,
Moody said.
Voting? Already?
He hadn't even been gone for an hour yet. He had been expecting to have more time.
Lupin was quick, they didn't really question him at all, and Black obviously knew exactly what he was going to say because he was done in 10 minutes, and Fudge took half that to tear him to pieces.
Gawain could hear the shrug in his voice.
What do you think? I don't know what to think,
Moody admitted.
Most of the Wizengamot are against him, but Dumbledore and Amelia are on Black's side and that counts for a lot. Fudge isn't happy, he's called a recess and there'll be another vote in about 10 minutes. Did Black say anything about Pettigrew in his story? He did,
Moody said, sounding suspicious.
Said Pettigrew framed him, in fact. Of course, Pettigrew's dead, but aside from that, it sounded plausible. Why? McKinnon and I aren't alone here. Who, no?
Moody said, sounding stunned.
Yep,
Gawain replied grimly.
He's subdued, and I'll get him there as soon as I can.
Moody cackled, apparently he realized just how quickly things were going to turn upside down.
Have a word to Scrimgeour and Bones, if you can, give them warning. And Fudge.
Gawain grunted, he had as little respect for Fudge as the rest of the Oro department. Moody cackled again, and then Gawain's sidekick fell silent.
You're taking him in?
McKinnon asked, with a rather pinched expression.
You're going to free Sirius? I am,
Gawain said, and she relaxed a little bit, her expression smoothed out at least, and she no longer looked like she was in pain. Gawain checked Pettigrew for any weapons but he had none, and so he conjured ropes and added several other binding and sleeping spells. To anyone with the ability to see magic, Pettigrew would probably look like some sort of cocooned insect. McKinnon watched with an unreadable expression as Gawain cast another charm on Pettigrew that held him upright and allowed Gawain to control him like a puppet. Then, Gawain turned to McKinnon and asked,
"Would you like to help me?"
Gawain was hoping the chance to amend some of her wrongs might be incentive for McKinnon to pull herself together. The response he got was a little less dramatic than he had expected, or wanted. Instead of leaping to her feet, she froze, and picked up her wand. She twirled it between her fingers and then looked up at Gawain.
"Handing Pettigrew over will mean Sirius goes free?"
she asked.
"It will,"
Gawain said. The tiniest smile flickered over her face, and she got to her feet. She was a little wobbly, so Gawain steadied her and got a nodded thanks. Hen gripped Pettigrew's limp arm and then offered his other arm to McKinnon.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispered. There was a crack and Gawain reached for her, but his hand only caught air. Her sidekick clattered to the ground.
"Damn it!"
he snarled. He flicked his wand at the place where she had vanished and put up preservation wards that would keep her magical trace intact until he could come back and use it to track her. He snatched up her sidekick, made sure he had Pettigrew, and then turned on the spot. Sirius saw Dumbledore look over at him out of the corner of his eye, and studiously avoided eye contact. The fact that Dumbledore had voted in his favor had lessened Sirius' anger, but other feelings, hurt, betrayal, disbelief, were all still there. Sirius couldn't look at him properly without feeling like he wanted to break something, or alternatively, cry. He glanced at Remus, who had closed his eyes just after the first vote and was yet to open them. Sirius thought he was attempting to control his stress levels by pretending he was somewhere else. Mad-Eye was glancing in his direction too. He and Scrimgeour were over by the Wizengamot instead of in their respective seats, but the only one Sirius looked at was Scrimgeour. Sirius wasn't afraid to see acceptance or judgment or anything on the head Aura's face, but Mad-Eye scared him. What if he hadn't believed Sirius' testimony? What if he still blamed Sirius? Sirius was ashamed to admit he was afraid to find out. So, he focused on Scrimgeour, who, disarmingly, grinned. Sirius gave him a tentative, very wary smile back and risked a look at Dumbledore, who looked torn between smiling and looking grim. Encouraged, he dared to look at Mad-Eye, who was limping over. Remus opened an eye and stiffened when he saw who it was. Mad-Eye stood in front of Sirius for a long time, and Sirius hardly dared to move. He wasn't even really breathing. Then, Mad-Eye grinned as if he knew something Sirius didn't, and nodded before walking away.
Right,
Sirius said, tapping impatiently on the sides of his chair. He and Remus shared a long, worried look, and then Remus shut his eyes and went back to trying to calm himself down. Sirius' insides twinged with worry. He was worried about himself, of course, and of what would happen to Harry, but he was also incredibly worried for Remus. Sirius, at least, had been able to justify his actions. Remus, who would be judged with Sirius, hadn't even had a chance to explain himself.
Padfoot,
Remus muttered, as Sirius' tapping intensified.
Padfoot. What? Now it sounds like a hum instead of a tap. Either way it's annoying,
Remus snapped, without opening his eyes.
Yeah, well I'm restless,
Sirius growled. Remus opened one eye and looked at him. Sirius glowered back.
It sounds like you need a walk,
Remus said.
Next you'll be chewing the furniture.
Sirius' anger faded, and he even stopped tapping. He gave Remus, who had both eyes closed again, a grateful smile, for making a joke. Otherwise, it was likely to have descended into a petty argument, which was the last thing either of them needed. The corners of Remus' mouth turned up. Sirius let out a loud sigh and shifted in his chair so that he could follow Fudge's movement back to the stands. As Fudge opened his mouth to speak, however, he was interrupted by Scrimgeour putting a hand on his shoulder and gesturing to the courtroom door. Sirius glanced in that direction, where Roberts and another man, a shortish, rather average-looking bloke, were standing. The man, who had been slumped, and probably not standing on his own, moved a little and then slowly straightened, looking around with confused terror. Then the man's eyes found Sirius and he staggered backward, trying ineffectively to get past Roberts. When that didn't work, he hunched, the way Sirius often did when he was about to become Padfoot, and looked even more afraid when that failed. Godric bloody Gryffindor, Sirius thought, his mouth falling open. It couldn't be, but it was. Sirius knew that wispy, fair hair, and that pointed nose, and those small eyes. He couldn't see their color, but he knew they'd be blue and probably watery. Remus made a sniffing noise next to him, probably wondering what had happened to Sirius' scent. Sirius kicked him in the shin, hard, and Remus swore and blinked his eyes open.
Sirius, was that really? Moony,
Sirius managed to say, his eyes never leaving Peter. He was surprised how calm he felt. He had expected to see Peter and go mad and vengeful. Revenge was the furthest thing from his mind at the moment, though. Mostly, all he felt was shock.
Moony, bloody look! Oh my Merlin,
Remus whispered, and he looked furious. Remus looked like he'd like to get up and tear Peter to pieces. His fingers were twitching, and his shoulders were tensed, as if he was preparing himself to try to break free of his chains.
Calm down,
Sirius murmured, watching Scrimgeour and Mad Eye go to help Roberts with an unsurprisingly reluctant Peter.
I'm afraid there's been a mistake,
Peter was saying shrilly.
I can't be here, it's not safe. Sirius Black's a murderer, and he's going to try to.
Remus growled again and moved as if to lunge out of his chair, but the chains held him back.
You're going to hurt yourself,
Sirius told him, nudging Remus' ankle with his foot. Remus kicked him.
Moony, calm. Calm down.
Remus snarled.
Sirius, Peter's the reason we're in this whole mess. He's the reason Harry doesn't have any parents. And he's about to be tried for all of that,
Sirius said, glancing at Harry out of the corner of his eye. Any murderous feelings he still harbored for Peter faded, though the loathing and fury were still there.
What is the meaning of this?
Umbridge cried.
Minister, I thought we were voting. We've got another witness, madam,
Scrimgeour replied, shoving Peter forward.
I'd like to introduce Peter Pettigrew.
The stands were instantly in uproar. Some people were angry, some disbelieving, others were confused or relieved, but one figure in particular caught Sirius' attention. He watched as Harry stood. Matt reached for him, but Harry had a rather intent look on his face and didn't even seem to have noticed, and made his way out of the stands. That, of course, made everyone carry on for an entirely different reason.
It's Potter. He's here. He's alive.
And Harry's shoulders slumped, but he didn't stop until he was standing in front of Peter, who was still babbling to the Aurors. Peter flinched, and Roberts shook him, as if reminding Peter that he had nowhere to run. Everything went dead silent, and so Sirius heard it perfectly clearly when Peter squeaked out
Harry.
There was a pause, where Harry looked uncertain for a moment, and Sirius found himself straining against his own chains, wanting to be there with his godson.
Harry, you've got to help me, they're going to kill me. Your parents wouldn't have wanted me dead, I was their friend, Harry.
This time, it was Harry who flinched. Sirius' hands balled into fists.
They wouldn't have wanted anything to happen to me. Shut up,
Harry said, and Peter's mouth moved, but no sound came out. Harry looked scared, and actually glanced in the direction of the stands, where the Malfoys, Matt, Dora, and the Hogwarts staff were sitting. Merlin's hairy knuckles, Sirius thought. What the hell is going on? Harry took a small step closer to Peter. Roberts, Mad Eye, and Scrimgeour looked uncertain, but seemed willing to let Harry do whatever he wanted to Peter, who looked absolutely terrified. Sirius wondered if he might faint. Remus growled quietly beside him, and it was so quiet in the courtroom that the sound echoed. Harry's next words echoed too.
You,
he told Peter,
are going to tell them everything.
Peter had already confessed enough to earn him a life sentence in Azkaban by the time Scrimgeour conjured him a chair and forced him into it. If Sirius hadn't felt so worried, he had no idea what Harry had done to make Peter confess everything, and hoped it was nothing dark or dangerous, or so vindicated, then he'd probably have felt sorry for his former friend. Peter looked absolutely terrified as he spewed out secrets, without prompting, and he was obviously trying to fight whatever it was that was making him talk. Occasionally he'd stutter, or try to talk into his shoulder, but an invisible force would compel him to face Fudge and the rest of the Wizengamot and continue. The worst moments were where he'd clamp his jaw shut and manage to stay quiet for a few seconds, but then his eyes would bulge, and he'd swell then explode with another condemning testimony. Sirius desperately wanted to go free, and he hated every fiber of Peter's miserable being, but this sort of compulsion wasn't right. Sirius wondered if it was possible that Harry had used accidental magic to cast an imperious curse. Remus was watching Peter like prey, and the rest of the audience also had their eyes glued to him, but Dumbledore, like Sirius, was watching Harry. Dumbledore looked troubled, and perhaps even a little bit scared at what was happening. While Sirius was still angry and disappointed with his old headmaster, he couldn't blame him for feeling that way, because he felt the same. Harry's eyes were wide and scared, and his face pasty, and that he seemed to want to melt into the wall behind him, by the stairs that led into the stands.
"Well,"
Amelia said, as Peter admitted to having gone to Godric's Hollow after Lily and James' deaths to kill Harry,
"I think we've heard enough. You can stop, Pettigrew."
Except Peter didn't. He kept babbling, and looked terrified all the while.
"Those in favor of dropping the charges of dark magic, and of being Death Eater, against Sirius Black, and, by association, Remus Lupin?"
Amelia asked, over the top of Peter's high-pitched confessions. Not one person left their hand down. Sirius didn't feel relieved, or euphoric, or anything like that. In fact, the only thing he thought at all, was, finally. Remus glanced over and they shared a small, tired smile. Several cameras flashed, and several reporters shouted questions. Harry looked dazed, he was crying, and still staring at Peter in horror.
"There's still the matter of their other crimes, however,"
Fudge said, shooting Peter a look.
"Not today,"
Amelia said, with finality.
"You will both be required to attend a secondary hearing at a later date. You are not required to remain in ministry custody until then, but your wands will not be returned to you until afterward."
"Fine," Sirius said, shifting in his chair. Scrimgeour came forward to release them.
"Should be dead. I meant for them to die, for all of them to die. I would have killed them,"
Peter announced, shrilly. Remus snarled, and Scrimgeour gripped his arm to restrain him. Sirius took a step forward, only to be intercepted by Shacklebolt.
"Get out of my way,"
Sirius snapped, shoving the other man aside.
"Black,"
someone called. Sirius ignored them. Peter shrank in fear, and continued to talk about how much he had wanted them all to die.
"Death would have been kinder than Azkaban, Sirius. I didn't want to hurt you, and Remus wouldn't have been alone in death, like he was in life. He'd have been cured. And Harry would have been with Lily and James."
Sirius could have punched him, he was close enough, but the thought didn't even stay in his mind long enough for him to consider it. No, Sirius strode right past the quivering, chatty mess that was Peter, to where Harry was standing, and knelt down. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder, startling him. Slowly, Harry dragged his eyes away from Peter, to Sirius, who he seemed a little surprised to see. Sirius opened his arms and Harry launched into them, hugging Sirius so tightly around the neck that Sirius was in danger of suffocating. It was a small price to pay when this was the closest he had been to Harry for over a week.
"I just want him to stop,"
Harry whispered, shaking.
"I didn't know that it would, that he'd, Padfoot." "End it, kiddo,"
Sirius said gently. His voice was hoarse, and maybe a bit shaky, though he definitely didn't feel like he might cry. Well, maybe he did, but just a bit.
"Finite,"
Harry said, and it sounded like a question, but Peter fell silent behind them. For a moment, anyway, then he started to sob like an overgrown baby. Sirius moved to scoop Harry up, the way he had on Halloween the year before, but Harry moved back. Sirius scanned his face, and smiled slightly at the stubborn set of his jaw. Harry was in a right state, but he still wasn't about to let Sirius carry him out in front of this many people.
"Let's go home,"
Sirius murmured. Harry wiped his cheeks and slipped one small, rather cold hand into Sirius.
"Moony, are you coming?"
he called, as he stood. Remus was watching someone up in the stands, maybe Matt or Dora, and nodded slowly, mouthing, "Sorry," and came to stand beside them. Sirius transferred Harry's hand to Remus, and then went to crouch down by Peter's chair.
"You're right that death would have been kinder,"
Sirius said quietly, and Peter quivered and wouldn't meet his eyes.
"And it would be kinder now, for you. But you've fought so hard to stay alive, to survive, that I think it's only fair that you get to live the life you sold everything to keep."
He straightened, and Peter burst into noisy tears.
"I'd put up wards to stop him from transforming and escaping,"
Sirius said, glancing at Scrimgar. Then he glanced at Amelia.
"I'll be in touch."
She nodded, and no one said anything, except for a reporter, who wanted to know how Sirius felt, so Sirius ruffled Harry's hair and led him and Remus toward the doors of courtroom 10. Sirius passed through them, not quite free, but closer to it than he had been in a long time, and smiled at the other two. Remus smiled that same, slightly sad, slightly tired smile, and Harry managed a smile too, though he still looked shaken. For the first time in a month, it was just the three of them. Things weren't all right, Sirius was optimistic, but he wasn't stupid. But, while they had definitely had good times in hiding, things hadn't been properly all right then either. Now, Sirius thought that, eventually, things could be.
"Remus? Sirius?"
Albus left the courtroom in time to see Sirius unlocking an abandoned office door. Sirius glanced up, past Harry the wand he had been using, and then gestured for them to go inside. Sirius didn't follow. Instead, he turned to face Albus, his eyes wary, and rather sad.
"Did you want something?"
Sirius asked, in a rather abrupt voice. Albus didn't step any closer.
"For what it's worth, I'd like to offer you my apologies." "Your apologies?"
Sirius asked, with a stony look.
"With all due respect, sir, that doesn't really fix anything." "I know,"
Albus sighed. He had expected that sort of response, and that didn't stop it from hurting, but he was glad, he deserved the pain.
"I'm not even asking you to accept it. Discard it, if you so wish. I would not blame you if you did." "I don't hate you, you know,"
Sirius offered.
"That is more than I deserve." "I know,"
Sirius said, with a small smile. It faded quickly, to be replaced with another sad look.
"You were doing what you thought was right, and that makes up for it. A bit. And I understand why you made those choices. In all likelihood, I'd have made the same ones if I was in your place, but just because I understand it."
He trailed off, frowning.
"You do not have to explain yourself to me, Sirius. I gave up the right to that information." "Look," he said, "I don't hate you. But I do blame you, and I'm pretty bloody disappointed with the way things played out after the war. It's not all your fault, but Azkaban and my lack of trial is pretty much on you." "I know,"
Albus murmured. Sirius stepped forward, and rather abruptly, hugged him. Albus patted his back, but just as quickly as Sirius had approached, he had backed off again.
"And I hope you feel guilty,"
Sirius said, in a rather choked voice.
"For a long time, sir. I'm sorry." Contact Harry and Remus as much as you want, this doesn't involve them, but leave me alone. I trust you, despite everything, can you believe it? But I know you can't be trusted to make the right decisions for me, and I've already spent enough time suffering through the results of your attempts.
Albus bowed his head and tried to wipe his eyes without Sirius seeing, but he needn't have worried, Sirius had turned and entered the office.
Sirius,
Albus said, planning to tell him that yes, he'd stay away. He never had the chance, though. Sirius had made the choice for him, because when Albus looked into the room, it was empty. End of chapter. Chapter 57, True Selves. Violent break-in shocks neighbours. On Friday night, a London family of 2 were sitting down to dinner when they received a surprise that certainly was not on the menu. An unidentified person forced their way through a side window and is believed to have been searching for valuables, when the victim, Donald Adams, 34, heard a noise and went to investigate. Mr. Adams was shot once in the chest by the intruder and beaten before the intruder fled.
"It's just awful,"
said neighbor Meryl White,
"to think that something like this happened just over the fence. It's like nowhere's safe anymore."
While nowhere is a gross exaggeration, statistics show that criminal activity in the area is indeed on the rise, with an increase of 5% in the last 12 months. Mr. Adams was found by his 10-year-old son, who alerted the police, and is in a serious but stable condition in the Wellington Hospital. John Fisher, from the City Police, encourages anyone with any information about the intruder to come forward. He suggested in his statement at a conference this morning that this crime could be linked to mass murderer Sirius Black, who escaped early last year, and is believed to be responsible for no less than 8 violent trespasses since then. When Harry awoke the next morning, he felt well rested. He had been too tired to dream, even, though rather confused. The bed he was in was smaller and lower than the one he had used in the manor, and higher and wider than the one he had used in the cell. And neither of those had given him a view of a large red splotch on the otherwise white walls. Frowning, he reached for his glasses, and blinked as a large, somewhat faded Gryffindor banner came into focus. A slow grin spread over his face and he sank back into his pillows, feeling more content than he had in a long time. The house had been empty for a while, but unlike the years Padfoot had spent in Azkaban, Creature had actually made the effort to keep things from gathering dust. The room even smelled more or less the same, like home. His pleasure at that was somewhat dulled, but not completely replaced, by the events of the past few weeks, and he took a moment to sort through some of his stronger emotions. Fear and guilt were probably the most prominent. When that woman had suggested that Moony be put down, something in Harry had snapped. In the past, he had always had some sort of warning before a bit of accidental magic escaped him, but yesterday, he had had none. He hadn't even had a chance to grow properly angry before the woman had started to develop horns. And then there was guilt about Peter. Harry had only been going off of what he had overheard Snape and Mrs. Malfoy saying, which, upon reflection, was probably thick of him, and it had certainly yielded the results he was after, a confession from Peter. But Harry thought the traitor's terrified face, and shaking, unwillingly determined voice would be added to the list of things that were seared into his memory. They had joined Padfoot reading Reeg's letter in the cave, and his parents coming out of the locket, and his parents' deaths. Harry had wanted a confession, sure, but he hadn't expected Peter to be so violently compelled to do it. It hadn't been natural, and it hadn't been fair, and Harry was terrified that he had used some sort of evil spell without realizing it. Getting out of bed wasn't a conscious decision. Harry was halfway to the door before he realized that he was no longer under his covers. He just knew he needed to talk to Padfoot and reacted accordingly. Padfoot's bedroom door was closed, and Harry knocked once, softly, hoping his godfather was awake.
"Yeah?"
Padfoot called, in a voice that was barely more than a croak. Harry stepped into the room and found Padfoot and Moony both sitting on the bed. Padfoot was cross-legged against the headboard, and Moony was lying across the end of the bed, staring at Harry.
"Morning," he said. "Morning,"
Harry said, pulling the desk chair over. He glanced between both of them and then frowned.
"Did you sleep at all?"
Padfoot said something, but no sound came out. He cleared his throat and tried again.
"Nope,"
he said, which didn't really surprise Harry.
"We had things to discuss." "What sort of things?"
Harry asked.
"All sorts,"
Padfoot said. He wasn't being evasive. Harry knew if he asked for more information than that, he'd get it, but seemed instead to be giving Harry the chance to talk first. Moony was eyeing the door, as if considering whether to leave them alone to talk. Harry's curiosity overrode his desire to share, however.
"Like what?"
Padfoot looked amused and gestured to Remus, who began to tell him all sorts of things. It was obviously a shortened version of what he had given Padfoot. It only really took 20 minutes, instead of several hours, but by the end of it, Harry was caught up with everything major that had happened to Moony since his and Padfoot's capture. It seemed, with Greyback's arrest and then death, Moony had been extremely busy.
"Satisfied?"
Padfoot asked.
"So his cell was silver?"
Harry asked, grimacing. Moony nodded, and Harry shuddered. Greyback was real piece of work as far as Harry had heard, but still.
"And they're looking for whoever?" "Mad Eye and Dora have the case,"
Moony said.
"And I haven't really spoken to either of them, properly, for weeks." "Why not?"
Harry asked. Padfoot looked smug, and Moony flushed, but Padfoot also shook his head at Harry, discouraging him from pressing the matter.
"He's thick, that's why,"
Padfoot said, nudging Moony with his foot. Moony pulled a face at him, and slid off the bed, out of reach.
"Oi! I'm going to make tea,"
Moony said, glancing purposefully between Padfoot and Harry.
"Don't hurry down. I'm sure it'll take me a long time to find everything without my wand, and then I'll have to find matches. And then I'll probably have to fight with Creature about whether I'm even allowed to be productive in the kitchen."
"Right," Padfoot said, and Harry gave Moony a part grateful, part amused, part annoyed smile. He wanted to talk, but now he got the distinct impression that he was being forced into doing so, and wondered if Moony and Padfoot had discussed talking and decided that he'd be difficult about it. Moony left, closing the door behind him.
"So?"
Padfoot said.
"So,"
Harry said, forsaking his chair in favor of Moony's abandoned place on the bed. Padfoot smiled slightly. They were silent for a few moments. It was a little tense, but not awkward, and not what Harry would call uncomfortable either.
"How was the manor?"
Padfoot asked finally, and Harry relaxed a little. Answering questions was something he could manage. He wasn't very good at volunteering things.
"Strange,"
Harry said, after considering which word could best describe his experience.
"I mean, it wasn't exactly fun, but it wasn't awful." "What did you think of everyone?" "I liked Dobby,"
Harry volunteered.
"Their house elf."
A look of comprehension dawned over Padfoot's face.
"He's a bit mental." Worse than creature?
Padfoot asked, chuckling. Harry rolled his eyes.
Sorry,
Padfoot said.
But I still liked him,
Harry finished.
Hydras was a git and Draco was probably madder than Dobby, to be honest. It's like he's two people.
Padfoot looked confused, which made Harry feel a bit better about the whole situation.
Mr. Malfoy was nice. I didn't like it.
Harry chuckled.
You should have seen his face at breakfast yesterday, though.
He proceeded to tell Padfoot about Draco's Muggle-born revelation. Padfoot was a bit amused, as Harry had predicted, but he looked more troubled than anything else.
I told him to ask about you, the white sheep thing. I think that's good advice,
Padfoot said quietly. He didn't say anything more about Draco, but Harry knew he was still thinking about it.
What was Sissy like?
He asked, abruptly focusing on Harry again.
Cold,
Harry said.
I don't think she liked me much. Except she hugged me yesterday, and wished me, or you, I suppose, good luck.
Padfoot's eyebrows disappeared into his hair.
Bloody Sissy,
he said.
What do you? She's up to something. First there was her warning in Diagon Alley, then she asked to have Mammakinen stay at the manor, then she hugged you, and wished you good luck.
He shook his head.
People from those blood supremacy circles are very deliberate people, they don't do anything, without considering every single possible consequence first. What in Merlin's name are you up to?
He murmured, and then shook his head again.
Later.
He gave Harry a curious, almost sheepish look.
Do you know where McKinnon is? Why's she wasn't at the... No idea,
Harry said, apologetically. Then he remembered something she had said and added,
Hey, why should I hate her? Hate her?
Padfoot asked, not quite meeting Harry's eyes.
I don't know, kiddo. Think,
Harry said flatly, not buying it. Part of him hoped Padfoot would lie and say he had no idea, then, Harry would have a good reason not to go into depth about certain questions. He was dreading the ones about his dreams, but he also wanted Padfoot to trust him, and tell him the truth.
All right,
Padfoot said, and then watched Harry for a moment. Harry stared back, not sure what Padfoot was looking for.
Before you came and joined me in the cell, I had a visit from McKinnon. Right,
Padfoot said, nodding.
We spoke, and she attacked me. Your ribs?
Harry asked.
Oh, yeah.
Padfoot chuckled.
Yeah, that was her fault. What stopped her from killing you? What?
Padfoot asked, looking queasy. Harry gave his godfather an uncertain look.
Well, didn't she hate you? You said, after September, that she'd probably have killed you if you and Mooney hadn't run for it. If she was down in your cell, and she had already broken your ribs, why didn't she just, why'd she stop?
Harry cocked his head. Padfoot looked calmer now.
She didn't want me to die,
he said eventually.
Not really.
Harry waited for more of an answer, but nothing else was offered.
So then why would I hate? She probably assumed I was upset about the whole thing. Were you?
Harry asked. Padfoot looked surprised by the question, and then smiled a bit.
Very,
he said. He didn't sound it, but there was something sad in his eyes. At a loss of what to say or do, Harry crawled forward and wrapped his arms around Padfoot, who moved to accommodate him.
Thanks, kiddo,
he said, ruffling Harry's hair. He seemed amused, but also pleased by Harry's attempt to comfort him. Maybe Draco's right about magical hugs.
Hey, Padfoot?
Harry asked, shifting so that he was no longer hugging his godfather, but was still curled up at his side. Padfoot put an arm around Harry, and stifled a yawn with his other hand.
Yeah. Do you know much about Kelpies? The water demons?
Padfoot looked wary.
A bit, I suppose. It's probably Mooney's area of expertise more than mine, though.
Harry nodded thoughtfully, and Padfoot sighed, though he seemed entertained.
Do I even want to know? Probably not,
Harry said.
Draco didn't think it was a good thing.
Humph, Padfoot said, he obviously didn't think Draco was all that reliable.
Care to tell me what it is?
And so Harry launched into the story about the rat race, and how he had saved Bosworth from the Kelpie, and Draco's reaction to his newfound ability. Padfoot, however, didn't seize the Kelpie topic as Harry had expected. Instead, startling Harry, who could not see how the two were linked, he said,
"What did you do to Peter yesterday, to make him talk?" "I don't know,"
Harry said.
"It was just a hunch. Something I overheard. Snape was talking to Mrs. Malfoy, about some sort of debt. He said I could tell Peter to do anything, and that he would.
Harry hung his head.
"I don't know what I did, I just thought, maybe, I should try."
Padfoot, oddly, looked relieved.
"He said the word debt?"
he asked.
"Not you interpreted things that way, but he definitely said the word debt." "Yeah, I'm pretty sure."
Harry shifted, feeling nervous all of a sudden. He wanted answers, but at the same time, he was scared of hearing them.
"Do you know what it was?" "You saved a rat from the Kelpie?"
Padfoot pressed. Harry nodded.
"I think, then, kiddo, that rat was Peter." "He was there the whole time?"
Harry asked, aghast.
"I thought, his finger, though, and he was gone." "What?" "On the morning of the trial, Hydras was looking for something. Peter must have made a run for it." "It doesn't matter now,"
Padfoot said, looking amused.
"But you saving him does. It would have created a life debt between the two of you. That's what happens when one wizard saves another, which explains why he was compelled to obey when you told him to confess." "That has to be it." "That's a good thing?"
Harry asked.
"A very good thing,"
Padfoot said, still looking relieved.
"Better than an accidental imperious curse, or some latent compulsion ability. Life debts basically leave you with a favor, or sometimes several, depending on how big they are. They only work when one or both parties are aware of the debt, but Peter knew about it because of James and Mad-Eye, and you had heard enough from Snape to believe it would work." "It worked a bit too well,"
Harry said, still feeling guilty, but also slightly better now that he knew he hadn't used anything illegal.
"Ambiguous wording on your part,"
Padfoot said, shrugging.
"A life debt,"
he said, almost to himself.
"It must have been."
He suddenly fixed Harry with a very stern look.
"Desperate times call for desperate measures, and I appreciate that, but don't, if you can help it, get into the habit of using magic you don't understand, on a hunch."
There was something strange in Padfoot's expression, something wary, but also curious.
"No powers we know not, all right."
"All right," Harry said at once. He understood it a bit better now, but what had happened to Peter was still awful enough for him to not be keen to mess around with magic he didn't understand properly.
"Promise."
Padfoot ruffled his hair.
"Does?"
Harry hesitated.
Does that include kelpies? Ah, the kelpie.
Padfoot sighed.
You definitely talked to it.
Padfoot scratched his chin and stared down at Harry in a slightly concerned sort of way. Harry sighed and nodded.
I'm not going to lie, kid,
he said, with a small smile.
That's strange. I'd sort of worked that much out,
Harry said, resigned.
I mean, Draco's about as pure-blooded as it's possible to be, and even he seemed, I dunno, worried, or something.
Harry let his head fall back against Padfoot's shoulder.
Why me? What do you mean?
Padfoot asked.
Why couldn't Draco be the one to talk to kelpies?
Harry asked.
Why does it have to be me? Why am I the one with another secret to keep, and another stupid title that I have to live up?
Harry clamped his mouth shut. He hadn't been planning to talk to Padfoot about this yet, if ever.
Title?
Padfoot asked.
It's nothing,
Harry said quickly. He tried to get a bit of space, but that wasn't easy with Padfoot's arm draped around him.
Harry.
And with that, the use of his name, just his first name, with no awe, or expectation, Harry burst into tears.
Hey,
Sirius said, gathering his godson into a tight hug.
Hey, kiddo, it's all right.
Sirius would have felt better if he had even some idea of what had set Harry off, because then he'd have a better chance of fixing it. As it was, he had no clue what he had done or said, or if it was even him, to earn this sort of response.
Kiddo, it's going to be all right,
he said.
We're all safe.
Harry sniffed, and glanced up, looking and smelling completely mortified, and wiped his eyes on his sleeve.
Sorry,
he mumbled, as Sirius rubbed his back.
I don't know what. Think,
Sirius said in the same, flat voice Harry had used on him before. Sirius had only given him bits of the truth in response to that, and privately thought he'd be lucky to get even a quarter of that from Harry.
I guess I'm still tired,
Harry said, shrugging. Rubbish, Sirius thought. He didn't voice that thought, but he managed to catch and hold Harry's eyes for a long moment. Harry was the first to look away, and the moment before he did so, Sirius could see the walls going up.
No,
he said, and Harry flinched. Sirius wondered if it was his tone, or if he had just unwittingly responded to something Harry was thinking.
Don't you do that, with your walls and that I'm fine or I'm just tired rubbish. None of us are fine right now, me included.
He added, when Harry's expression closed over.
In fact, I'd be worried if you were. I am fine, this is nothing. If you don't want to talk about whatever that was just there, then I won't make you, not until you're ready, but for Merlin's sake, don't try to lie to me.
Harry said nothing, but there was guilt mixed in with the other components of his scent now.
I just want to help,
Sirius continued, in a softer voice.
If you're sick of keeping secrets, then you know what the solution is. No,
Harry said quietly. He looked interested.
Telling them,
Sirius said.
Not to everyone, obviously, because that'd be thick.
That earned him a reluctant smile.
But I like to think I'm a pretty trustworthy bloke.
Another reluctant smile. Sirius waited, and let Harry take that in.
Apparently I'm famous,
Harry said.
Apparently? Kiddo, you knew. No, I didn't,
Harry said, pushing his glasses up.
Not really. I mean, sure, I saw the papers, and you told me about Voldemort, so I knew, but I didn't know. I didn't realize that everyone would know my name, or my titles. To you, and Moony and to the Dursleys, I'm always Harry. Just Harry, but now.
He sounded a bit panicky now.
Do you know how many times I had to introduce myself, while we were at the ministry, or while I was at the manor? Probably loads,
Sirius said.
Not once,
Harry said quietly.
I mean, I did, or I'd have looked like a prat, but I didn't have to, because every already knew. There were so many people I've never seen in my life, and they already knew who I was, and they all, I dunno, expected things. They knew me, Pad.
No, Sirius said gently, giving Harry's shoulders a squeeze.
They know Harry Potter, the boy who lived, or Harry Potter, the boy who disappeared. They know your titles. They know a name from the newspaper, or from the history books.
Harry looked horrified to hear that he was in a book.
But they don't know you. But I am Harry Potter. And I'm Sirius Black, lunatic mass murderer,
Sirius said, with a wry smile.
Although, today I'm seriously misunderstood.
He gestured at the copy of the Prophet Hedwig had brought in earlier that morning, and Harry pulled a face.
They know my name, our names, and they know a bit of what's happened to us.
Actually, they knew a lot about Sirius after yesterday, which he wasn't entirely comfortable with, but he thought it was probably worth it.
But they don't know us. They don't know that I go by Padfoot as much as I do by Sirius, or that I can't stand the smell or taste of chocolate, or that my Patronus is also a dog, or that I hold the record for most detentions ever received at Hogwarts. And you know what? You're Harry, just Harry. You're the kid that talks in his sleep and, for some strange reason, likes Creature, and that got hopelessly lost the first time he used the fluo.
Harry smiled, and edged just a tiny bit closer to Sirius.
To hell with their expectations, I'd rather be your handsome, extraordinarily clever, modest,
Harry added, grinning now,
godfather than a murderer, thank you very much. So, instead of being the boy who lived, I should die?
Harry asked, looking confused and a little entertained. Sirius poked him in the side.
Don't you dare,
he growled, making Harry chuckle.
Keep breathing, or so help me, I'll...
Sirius hesitated, trying to think of an appropriate punishment, and Harry made a show of holding his breath. Sirius rolled his eyes and poked Harry again, making him gasp in surprise. Talking was forgotten after that. Sirius figured it could wait until the afternoon, in favor of a game of bludger, which started in Sirius' room, and quickly spread to the rest of the house. Sirius cheated with Padfoot and Harry cheated with Apparition and Tripping Jinxes, so it was all reasonably fair. And, when Remus came to fetch them for tea, almost 2 hours later, Harry and Sirius ambushed him rather spectacularly on the second-floor landing. Gawain leaned back in the chair in his office, defeated. It was 3 in the morning, and he hadn't been to bed yet. He was still searching for his wayward trainee, and he was no closer to finding Mackinnon than he had been the day before. After the trial, he had tracked Mackinnon from Godric's Hollow to a Muggle shopping district, lined with stalls selling everything from jewellery to newspapers. He had asked around, and everyone remembered seeing a woman with dark hair and eyes at some point, but none of them sounded much like the one he was looking for. He had surreptitiously checked the area for any traces of magic, there were none, and then he had given up there and gone to Azkaban, on the off chance she might have tried to admit herself. None of the guards had seen her, surprising, but not unwelcome news, and so Gawain had headed straight for Mackinnon's house. The door had been unlocked, and so he had let himself in. The house had been empty, but it had been obvious she had been there. Her suitcase, still shrunken, had sat on one of the chairs at her kitchen table. And then, only a few feet away, on the kitchen bench, had rested a small box. It was that box which sat in front of Gawain now. It had contained 2 keys, and 2 pieces of paper. One was paperwork that certified McKinnon's ownership of number 13, Grimmauld Place, and the other was a letter, addressed to Gawain. It had also contained her wand. He had only had the letter in his possession for a few hours, but the parchment was already soft from being handled so many times. Gawain, it said, in McKinnon's usual, neat hand. I'm sure by now, Sirius is a free man, and well on his way to settling back into the wizarding world. With any luck, it will be an easy transition. No thanks to me. I'm sure, if you had the chance to speak to me, you would try to talk me out of this, but while I've listened to you in the past, I refuse to even hear your opinion on this matter. What I've done is unforgivable, literally, and I need to atone for that. The box contains my house key, and my vault key. Sell my house, and everything in it. I've taken my most prized possessions with me, and add the earnings from that to my vault. Contact Sirius and tell him that he and Harry are entitled to as much money as they need. It cannot begin to compensate for what I've done, but it's a start. Give the rest to St. Mungo's. Do what you want with my wand. I won't be needing it anymore. I'm sorry. Marlene. John Fisher was having a bad day. Things had been bad since he got out of bed and stubbed his toe, and had got progressively worse. The hot water system was playing up at home, so he had had to endure a tepid shower. He had spilled his coffee on his best shirt at breakfast and had to change it, had had the aglet of his shoelace chewed off by the newest addition to the Fisher household. It was fraying now, something that John, being as neat and orderly as he was, couldn't stand, and had somehow managed to get every red light at every intersection on the way to his daughter's home. Felicity had been out when he and his wife arrived for lunch, and so John had been forced to put up with Derek, his daughter's layabout husband, and his stupid guitar for almost an hour, alone. Sue, as usual, was entirely in awe of her son-in-law's apparent skill. John doubted plucking strings on a guitar required any talent, and had said so, many times, and John had done best to ignore the tuneless music blaring from the speakers and had flicked through channels on the telly until his very pregnant daughter waddled through the door. Things were bearable after that. John escaped to the kitchen with Felicity, and helped prepare lunch, at least until midway through the meal, when conversation, inevitably, turned to the baby. Now, John was usually happy to talk about his soon-to-arrive grandchild. Anderson, his partner at work, was thoroughly fed up with all things baby, but John did not like the way this conversation was going.
Do you remember that night a few years back, Officer Fisher?
Derek said, waving his loaded fork around.
With the motorcycle, and the flying car. Hard to forget,
John said stiffly. Both he and Anderson had been forced to take a month's leave for mental health reasons following that night, and had been required to sit through weekly therapy sessions even once they were readmitted into the force. John knew what he had seen, but as far as everyone but his family was concerned, it had never happened. John had been stressed and tired at the time, and had obviously been hallucinating. And so had Anderson. John didn't like people thinking he was crazy, and he was prepared to lie and say he had imagined it if it stopped the sideways looks.
Well, remember that name? Elven dork,
John growled, and then his stomach sank.
No.
Appealing to his son-in-law was a waste of time, but he was convinced his daughter would see sense.
Felicity, You can't be serious. Oh, but Daddy, it's so unique,
she said, and reached out to take Derek's hand. Or not, John thought miserably. Derek grinned like an idiot and nodded, and John cursed the man that had turned his sensible daughter into someone that liked unique things.
But Elven dork?
He asked weakly. This was his grandchild.
Ellie for short if it's a girl,
Felicity said, smiling.
And dork for short if it's a boy,
Derek said, and John couldn't for the life of him work out if the man was joking. John sulked for the rest of lunch, and winced every time Sue hissed at him to get over himself. Needless to say, John was in a foul mood by the time he arrived at work that afternoon. Anderson was investigating the London break-in, so John didn't even have anyone to talk to while he worked through his paperwork. Then, John's day went from bad to strange.
This is him, dear,
Julie, the department secretary said, pushing open John's office door. He put his pen down and looked over in time to see a tall, blonde woman stepping into the room. The woman pulled a chair over from the corner and settled herself in it, on the other side of John's desk.
Thank you,
she said, nodding at Julie. Julie glanced at John, who nodded, and excused herself.
How can I help you?
John asked, leaning back in his chair.
You're in charge around here?
She asked, smoothing the hem of her flowery dress.
I am,
he said, a touch proudly. The smile he received in return was relieved.
I saw your newspaper article,
she told him, clasping her hands in her lap.
Do you have information?
John asked, grabbing his pen again. He suddenly felt like his day had just got a whole lot better.
In a sense,
she said wryly. She paused, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. John waited impatiently.
I'd like to confess. Pardon.
John spluttered.
Confess? You.
She nodded, and offered him something that wasn't quite a smile. His hand closed around his gun and she looked amused.
That won't be necessary, she said. I've come to be arrested.
John didn't release his weapon, but he didn't attempt to subdue her either. Instead, he looked at her, properly. She couldn't have been very old, probably a few years younger than Felicity, and looked like she should be having tea with friends, or sitting in a park with her partner. She didn't look like she was capable of shooting and beating anyone. John's opinion of that changed when he met her eyes for the first time. They were brown and tired and haunted. Utterly defeated, but there was a bitter sort of hope in them. John's lip curled, and he adjusted his hold on his gun.
Had a rush of conscience, have you?
He asked.
I want to go to prison,
she said, holding her hands out. She placed them on John's desk, and after a moment, he realized she was waiting for him to handcuff her. John slowly unclipped his cuffs from his belt, watching the woman the entire time. She sat, quite calmly, wrists still on offer. John secured her first wrist, and then waited for her to fight, or protest. In a state of stunned disbelief, John extracted himself from behind his desk. The woman looked confused for a moment, and then pulled the woman's arms behind her back and affixed the second cuff.
Thank you,
she sniffed, and when John took a look at her face, she was smiling and crying at the same time. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Picking Up the Pieces.
Come in, Dalish,
Scrimgeour called. John straightened his robes, smoothed his expression, and entered.
Can I help you with something?
Scrimgeour asked, in a rather frosty voice. John didn't meet the head Auror's eyes. Malfoy's plan to tie Scrimgeour's fate to Black had succeeded, it just hadn't gone the way they'd hoped. With Black proven innocent, Scrimgeour now looked like an excellent judge of character, and held his position more securely than ever. He also appeared to be rather unhappy with John for making the statement about his friendly attitude toward Black.
"Just my report,"
John said, holding the scroll of parchment up.
"On the Dementor incident,"
he added, when Scrimgeour looked blank.
"Roberts gave the case to you."
Scrimgeour looked surprised by that, and John hid a scowl. Roberts hadn't given him anything. John had had to ask for it, though Roberts was busy enough with his missing person case that he had handed it right over. Malfoy had instructed John to take over the investigation. Umbridge was behind it, he had said, and leverage over her was a valuable thing. He had also said that Fudge must never know.
2 days after the trial,
John said, putting it down on Scrimgeour's desk. Scrimgeour didn't touch it.
And what?"
John asked. Scrimgeour rolled his eyes.
"And who did it?"
Scrimgeour asked, very patiently.
"Pettigrew."
That was John's own idea, because it was almost too easy to frame a man who had already admitted to trying to kill both of the intended victims.
"Didn't want the truth to come out, apparently. Even without evidence, Black's testimony would have made things hard for him."
"I see," Scrimgeour said, in a voice that gave nothing away.
"And how did he get the Dementors to help him?" "He said he had inside help,"
John said.
"He wouldn't give us a name, but I'm looking into that."
"I see," Scrimgeour said again.
"Any leads?" "We think it might be McKinnon, Robert's missing trainee. A source told me that she and Black they have history."
Dalish silently thanked Malfoy, yet again.
"And since Roberts said he found her and Pettigrew together before he brought Pettigrew in, well, it seems logical, doesn't it?"
"Certainly," Scrimgeour murmured.
"It's all in there, anyway,"
John muttered, waving a hand at his report. Scrimgeour pulled the parchment toward him, looking interested now.
"I'll keep you updated on McKinnon." "Excellent,"
Scrimgeour said, browsing through.
"Thank you, Dalish."
John left the office and headed straight to the lift, which he took to level 9, and then walked down to level 10, just to ensure he hadn't been followed. He knocked once on the office door.
"It's John,"
he called, and a moment later, Umbridge pulled it open and ushered him inside. Dalish conjured a chair and sat. Umbridge was already situated at the desk.
"Where's Malfoy?"
Before she could answer him, however, there was another knock and Malfoy let himself in.
"Sorry I'm late,"
he said, conjuring himself a chair.
"Roberts cornered me, wanting a word. I was the last person, other than himself or Pettigrew, to see McKinnon. I only just arrived myself,"
John said, shrugging.
"I've been here for 10 minutes,
Umbridge said crossly. John muttered an apology, though Malfoy didn't bother.
"So she hasn't been found, yet?"
John asked.
"Obviously not. Frankly, she can stay wherever it is she's got to. Then having her as a suspect in the Pettigrew Dementor case is a bad idea, isn't it?"
John said.
"The Pettigrew, the what?"
Umbridge asked. John and Malfoy ignored her.
"Shall I?" "No, leave it,"
Malfoy told him.
"Once that rumor reaches the paper, she'll have an incentive to stay in hiding, and then it's less likely that she'll be found."
John didn't know why Malfoy harbored so much dislike for McKinnon, and he knew better than to ask. Everyone had hobbies, after all.
Has there been any news of Black?
He asked, turning to Umbridge.
Nothing,
she said, rather angrily. Malfoy glanced at John, who shook his head as well.
Bones has her wand in a knot, reckons it's been a week, and that they should have contacted her about the second trial by now. And when has Black ever done what he should?
Malfoy drawled.
Thankfully, this works in our favor. Fudge's position is precarious, as you no doubt know, and we need as much time as we can get to build the second case. Second case?
Umbridge said, shrilly.
Don't you think we suffered enough in the first? No serious allegations will be made,
Malfoy assured her.
Trying to put him back in Azkaban would be disastrous at this point. No, we just need to make Black look like less of a victim. How?
John asked. Malfoy leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment.
Well, the Animagus charges, for one,
Malfoy said.
And we can probably get Lupin on kidnapping charges from St. Mungo's. I have my solicitor deconstructing their accounts, and I'm sure she'll find something we can pin on them. And what about Cornelius?
Umbridge asked.
What about him? Well, he's not very popular at the moment,
Umbridge said, looking frustrated. John's eyes met Malfoy's for a brief moment, and then they both looked away. They were obviously both thinking the same thing: Fudge was useless, and didn't have the slightest idea how to run the ministry. Without the three of them whispering ideas into his ears, he'd have crashed and burned a long time ago. Merlin, even with their help, he was still doing fairly well at ruining everything. The only reason they'd kept Fudge around this long was because, as minister, he could give them things. John was in it for the money, and for a higher rank, and Umbridge wanted the same as John did, but also had some strange affection for their hapless minister. Malfoy, as far as John could tell, was in it solely because he liked playing puppeteer, and feeling like he was in control.
There's an understatement,
John muttered, and Umbridge glared at him.
The people's faith in him will be restored in time,
Malfoy said.
Fudge is hardly an innocent in all of this, but he wasn't in charge when Black was arrested, or when he escaped. I feel the public ought to be reminded of that. They blame him for the Dementor attack in the cells, though,
John said.
If Black hadn't brought it up,
Umbridge began,
no one would have known. The minister managed to convince Scrimgeour to stay quiet about it, but it would have been leaked eventually. 2 Aurors were kissed that night, remember?
Umbridge wilted, and Malfoy gave her a pointed look.
Black may have brought it to the public's attention, which is inconvenient, but as far as I'm concerned, the largest inconvenience is that it happened at all. Yes,
Umbridge said, flushing.
Well, I'm sure. We know it was you,
John said.
Me?
Umbridge squeaked.
No, wherever did you get that idea? We're not all as oblivious as Fudge,
Malfoy told her, and she deflated. She had the decency to look embarrassed.
I had the best intentions when... I'm sure,
Malfoy said curtly.
Dalish has said in his report that Pettigrew was the perpetrator, and it's a perfectly reasonable explanation. Yes,
she agreed, straightening the horrible bow she wore in her hair.
Perfectly reasonable. You got lucky,
John told her.
Very,
Malfoy agreed, and Umbridge, who had been scowling at John, looked chastened.
I'd advise you consult one or both of us before you try anything that foolish again. Of course,
Umbridge said sweetly, baring her teeth.
Good. In the meantime, see to it that Fudge gets the support he needs. Your role as junior undersecretary makes you well suited for that.
In other words, she was to stay close to Fudge, and out of everyone else's way.
Dalish, keep me informed on anything to do with Black or McKinnon, and try to keep Scrimgeour from poking too many holes in your report.
John swallowed his irritation at being told what to do, and nodded.
I'll keep looking for charges to pin on Black, and I'll do what I can to reassign blame and repair Fudge's public image.
Malfoy stood and vanished his chair. Dalish did the same.
With any luck, we might get through this.
Dora, I'm alive. Tonks had received that note a week after Remus left the courtroom with Harry and Sirius. It had been delivered by a snowy owl who had stayed still exactly long enough to let Tonks take the parchment, and then had vanished out the window. It had been a week since then, and Tonks had kept the note on her person the entire time. She hadn't written back. She was beginning to understand what Remus had meant when he had said he didn't know what to say, and she was terrified that he'd take her silence for anger, but she didn't really have the words to express what she was feeling. There was anger, of course, and a sense of betrayal, but logically, and it had taken her days to reach the point where she considered logic. If he had told her the truth, she'd have been honor-bound to tell the Oro department, and that could have been disastrous. She liked to think that she could have kept a secret, but it was easy to say that upon reflection, and she was fair enough to admit that there was a good chance she would have turned him in. Remus hadn't forced her to choose between her job and her friend, and she was grateful, but also annoyed that he had made a choice for her. Her feelings were extremely mixed, and she had been too busy to sort through them properly. She had managed to find time to drop by the cottage several times, however, hoping he'd be there, and that they could talk things out. He hadn't been, but she had run into a Mr. Diggory, from the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, who had given her his office number and told her to send Remus to him when she found him, and she had also met one wizard who bound her with silver rope. She had morphed her way free, disarmed and stunned him, and then called Mad Eye to have the man arrested. Officially it was for attacking an Auror and trespassing, but Tonks' biggest problem with the man was his disgustingly obvious prejudice, an intention to hurt Remus. Mad Eye had helped her set up wards, which aligned nicely with the program's coursework yesterday, and also a spell to let them know if Remus went home, but so far everything had been quiet. Everything had been quiet on the McKinnon front too. No official statements had made it to the Prophet yet, but when McKinnon didn't return to the first training session after the trial, when she was officially off of Harry guarding duty, and then missed the ones that followed as well, Tonks, Florence, Ben and Yaxley, who was mentoring under Shacklebolt after what had happened to Lewison, had gone to talk to Roberts and he had explained that she was missing. He had been very vague about why she had run off, but Tonks had got the impression that he thought she might have done something stupid, and that he was afraid for her well-being. And, while Yaxley was now well and truly part of their group, Tonks couldn't help but feel that they were losing members, first Melvin, and then McKinnon. She had known the program would be difficult, but she had never imagined that they'd have lost 2 trainees before the first year was even over. Tonks cornered Roberts for an update every time she saw him, but so far there was nothing. She had, however, managed to get a photograph of McKinnon, which she had had Dad show on the Muggle News. According to Roberts, McKinnon had left her wand behind, which made Tonks think she was probably using non-magical methods to hide. Greyback's murder case wasn't going well either, though she and Mad Eye had managed to reconstruct the order of events of the night of his death. They knew from Parkinson, one of the guards at Azkaban, that Greyback had been alive and well at 4, when Parkinson delivered an early dinner, and that he had been dead when he was found just after midnight. Caro and Jordan had both supplied statements saying Greyback had been shouting and howling from about 6 onward, and that he had fallen silent somewhere around 11. They also knew he had died of silver poisoning, very slow silver poisoning, because the silver hadn't broken the skin and reached the blood, but the spell that had turned the cell was nothing anyone had ever heard of. It wasn't even registered as a spell, and Mad Eye had voiced the opinion that someone had created it specifically to kill Greyback. There had been a few spots of pale blue magic, according to Mad Eye, who could see such things with his magical eye, but most of it had faded so much that he hadn't been able to tell if it was sparkly, or ribbony, or misty, or spiky, or anything. Tonks had done research on the matter and found that it wasn't unusual for the traces of transfiguration spells to fade quicker than the traces of other spells, and that was interesting, but not very helpful. The only thing it alluded to was the fact that the killer had either been very lucky, or had obviously planned this to perfection. Tonks was reasonably certain it was the latter. She yawned and closed the file she had been looking at. She and Mad Eye were in a small, boring room in the Department of Magical Records, looking through the descriptions of every living witch, wizard, and magical creature's magical signatures. For anything pale blue, everyone who worked at the ministry was required to submit the information. Tonks remembered the question about the magic that came out of her wand when it chose her, from her aura interview, and there were also quite a few other members of the wizarding public who had their information recorded. Those who had been admitted to Azkaban had their magical signatures examined and added to a file, and anyone, of any age, who had ever been admitted to St. Mungo's was also on file.
Aren't we going to be missing an enormous chunk of the population?
Tonks had asked when Mad Eye had first brought her down to help him sift through the files.
If all we've got are ministry employees and people who've gone to Azkaban or St. Mungo's, then this is a murderer we're dealing with. Chances are they've spent a bit of time in prison.
Mad Eye countered.
And if not, they were still able to get in and out undetected and find Greyback, so they must either be in the ministry, or have ministry connections. And, if they really did invent the spell that killed him, chances are they've been admitted to St. Mungo's for spell damage or something similar.
It made sense, Tonks supposed, but it still seemed like an unnecessarily flawed system.
And they can't just take magical signatures from babies in St. Mungo's because not everyone has their kids in the hospital. It would make sense to check them when they're putting the trace on. But the ministry's not that logical,
Tonks suggested, and that earned her a small, amused smile.
They're not, but that's not the reason. Children don't have magical signatures until they're at least a few weeks old. Magic's there, but it's dormant. Then, at some point in the kid's first 7 years, something will happen and trigger it. If it's not triggered by then, it'll start to fade, and that's when we get squibs.
Wow, Tonks said, wondering why an old auror knew so much about magic and its manifestation.
My mother was one,
he said, looking uncomfortable.
Was?
Tonks asked quietly.
Grindelwald didn't like squibs any more than he liked muggles. He didn't touch Britain, but France. You lived in France?
Tonks asked, staring at her mentor.
Shall I tell you my entire life story?
Mad Eye asked sarcastically, and Tonks cursed herself for interrupting.
I'm just curious,
Tonks said, blushing. Mad Eye harumphed and went back to flicking through files. Tonks sighed and went back to her own work.
My father was a hit wizard,
Mad Eye said, after a moment. Tonks resolutely kept her mouth shut, though she had 1,000 questions to ask.
Reckless fool,
he growled, almost fondly.
Helped the muggles with their side of things, as good with a gun as he was with a wand. He was away a lot protecting my mother fell to me. Constant vigilance, my father used to tell me before he'd go.
Mad Eye harumphed again, and Tonks bit her lip to keep from saying anything. She had always thought Mad Eye's favorite saying bordered on paranoia, but she had never imagined it was taught behavior, and not merely learned. It wasn't a habit, it was compulsive.
One night, when I was 8, my father came home unexpectedly. I was good, but I was tired and young and I didn't realize he was acting strangely. Should've,
he said, nodding at Tonks.
Imperious curse. I saw the other 2 unforgivables used that night, both on my mother. My father shot himself afterward.
Mad Eye drummed his fingers on the table and glanced at Tonks.
Long story short, Dumbledore found me after the final battle. Brought me back here, to my father's relatives.
Tonks wiped sad look off her face, but he had already seen it. He gave her a flat look.
Satisfied, or do you want to hear about my schooling too?
Tonks shook her head, she felt she had probably pushed her luck enough as it was. Mad Eye looked uncomfortable.
So why can you put the trace on a baby if it doesn't have magic yet?
She asked, giving him a safer topic. Mad Eye nodded his approval, and then scowled.
They've always got magic, weren't you listening?
She winced.
It's just not visible, in any form. The trace works because it detects magical activity, not the use of the kid's magic. It's a common misconception that the trace is tied to a person's magic. So it's not. I just said that,
he grumbled, and they lapsed into silence. Sorting through the files was tedious work. While the files were grouped by the color of the magic, or colors, there was nothing to distinguish navy from aqua, and so all the blue files needed to be checked, and sorted. Each file contained nothing more than a name, a date of birth, a sentence describing where the person had been when their magical signature was recorded, and occasionally, a description of the person's wand. Between them, Tonks and Mad Eye still had over 300 blue files to sort through, but already had a list of 104 names of people that had signatures that possibly matched the traces Mad Eye had seen. Each name would require even more research through other files, and also possibly interviews with the potential suspects, because there was only so much about a person's life that could be found on paper. Blue, royal, with gold mixed in. Syrup-like appearance. Sonia Parkinson née Rosier. May 15, 1954, March 12, 1990. She sighed and closed it. She glanced between the 3 piles Mad Eye had made, and tried to remember which was which. She tossed it onto the end one, and reached for a new file. Mad Eye added another name to the list in his horrendous handwriting. Tonks thought his writing was so awful that anyone who tried to steal anything he had written by hand, would give up on trying to read it.
A Hulfboemels?
Tonks asked, struggling with the pronunciation. Mad Eye scowled, adding a few more lines to the already illegible name. Tonks squinted at it, and then grimaced. He scribbled it out and wrote it carefully, in rather large letters. Nicole Edwards.
You think Edwards is a suspect?
Tonks demanded.
She's an Aura trainee, that's Riddy. No one's exempt,
Mad Eye said stubbornly, flicking through a few pieces of parchment. Another hour later, Tonks was beginning to believe him. Bert Bulks and Florence had been added to the lists, both had pale blue magic, and so had Peter Blackburn, who was a full-fledged Auror. There were other names of course, but those that Tonks recognized stood out. No one's exempt, she thought glumly. While she was reasonably sure it wasn't any of them, particularly not Tiny, Sleep and Prone Florence, the fact that they were even suspects made Tonks uncomfortable, because there was an element of uncertainty. She had had enough of not being sure if she could trust her friends. She patted her pocket, where Remus' note was sitting, and pulled the list and a quill over so that she could add Island Lovegood née Gamp to the list.
What are you reading?
Remus asked, from the other side of the library.
The Kepler Companion,
Sirius said, while Harry said,
something Latin. It's boring.
Sirius glanced over from his place on the floor, and Harry did the same from the couch. Remus' eyes flicked between them, and he laughed. Sirius looked at Harry, who shrugged.
What's funny?
Sirius asked, at exactly the same time as his godson. Sirius quirked an eyebrow at him, and Harry pulled a face back.
You too,
Remus said, shaking his head at them both. Sirius grinned and returned his attention to his book, but it seemed the momentary pause had drained Harry's willpower. He snapped his own book shut, and left, saying something about tea. Sirius smiled without looking up, and called,
You know, if you keep procrastinating, you're going to be my age before you can transform.
Harry peered back around the doorframe, poked his tongue out at Sirius, and left again. Sirius chuckled.
Speaking of procrastinating, though, Mooney.
Remus' smile faded, and Sirius marked his page, shut his book and sat up.
We'll have to go back eventually. I know,
Remus sighed. Sirius had known Remus for a long time, and knew he had never been one for confrontations, other than duels, but thought he was getting worse as he got older. If Sirius had had his way, they'd have written to Amelia last week and probably would have been completely freed by now. Remus had wanted to wait. First he had suggested they all recover, which Sirius had agreed was a priority, but he had been making pitiful excuses ever since.
It's just... the full moon's only 2 nights away, and I want to wait until that's out of the way. Yeah, all right,
Sirius said. He thought it was fair enough, but suspected Remus would have found another excuse if the full moon hadn't been available. They sat in silence for a moment. Remus stared out the window, while Sirius stared at Remus, and then Sirius said,
Do you not want to go home? Is that it?
Remus hadn't gone home once. Clothes, and anything else he had needed, had been fetched by Creature the night after the trial.
You haven't been out much either,
Remus said. Sirius noticed he hadn't even attempted to answer the question.
We went to see Kira,
Sirius pointed out. They had found the locket was still, unfortunately, in one piece, but Kira had kept it safe the whole time, which was a relief. Sirius didn't know what he would have done if the Ministry had managed to get their hands on it. And, all things locket related aside, seeing Kira had been nice too.
And we went flying. I went with you. Reluctantly,
Sirius said. There was a crack and Creature appeared holding a tea tray in one scrawny hand, and Harry's arm with the other.
I could have walked, you know,
Harry said, sounding a little annoyed, and a little amused all at once. Creature had struggled with being separated from them. He hadn't resorted back to taking orders from the portraits in his cupboard, thankfully, but he seemed to think that Harry and Sirius were going to disappear if he took his eyes off them for more than a few hours. When they settled in a room, he had come to check on them at regular intervals, and if they were moving around the house, he'd either follow them, or take them to their destination, as if he was frightened they might get lost. The strangest behavior he had exhibited, however, was watching them sleep. For the first 3 nights, Creature had woken every hour to check on Harry. Sirius had thought it was a little sweet and a little creepy, but above all, funny. At least until he had woken to find Creature standing beside his bed. He had put a stop to that there and then, and thankfully it hadn't been a problem since.
Tea for Master?
Creature asked, lifting his hand. The ring on his bony finger glinted. Creature had taken to wearing the ring with the Black family crest on it while they were away. Sirius caught Remus' eye to let him know that their discussion was not over, and merely postponed, and then accepted a cup and a slice of cake from Creature.
So Harry Potter lived here?
Astoria asked, looking around with reverence. Draco thought she probably half expected Potter to wander in and sit down next to her.
Don't you read the papers?
Pansy snapped. Draco watched her carefully. He hadn't seen her in about a month, but in that time, she seemed to have recovered most of her usual bold, rather provocative nature. It was a nice change from the teary, waspish Pansy he had known after Mrs. Parkinson's death. She had been spending most of her nights with the Shafix, while Mr. Parkinson worked, and it seemed to have done her some good.
Surely as soon to be weak, I mean, Ravenclaw, like you should do boring things like that.
Usually Theodore would have come to Astoria's defense, but Catherine had decided she was 4 and therefore old enough to sit with the rest of them, and Theodore's attention was entirely occupied. Vivian, Daphne, and Millicent were talking to themselves and had also missed the exchange, so they weren't going to help, and no one else had the inclination.
I'm impressed you even know what the paper is, Pansy,
Astoria shot back. She sounded a bit like Daphne for a moment.
And even more impressed that you know that you're supposed to read it.
Draco stabbed a roast carrot, and glanced between them, not at all impressed with the seating arrangements. He'd much prefer being trapped beside Millicent, than between these two. Pansy looked stunned that Astoria had actually had a retort, and could only gape.
I mean,
Astoria continued,
we all know you're no Ravenclaw, but maybe we ought to give you a bit more credit.
Hydras made a delighted sound a little further down. He, Crabbe, Goyle and Nadia were all watching the exchange with interest. Draco caught Nadia's eye and frowned, wondering why she hadn't come to her cousin's aid. She just smirked at him.
Stop it,
Draco said, looking back to Astoria and Pansy. The latter was almost in tears, and the other looked quite pleased with herself. Draco wondered what had gotten into her. Usually, Astoria never bothered with arguments, and never sought to actually hurt people.
Stop it!
Astoria repeated, with a somewhat curious, somewhat mocking glance at Draco.
No witty intervention, or blackmail, just stop it. Really, Draco. And you call me a Hufflepuff,
Daphne said, laughing at him. It seemed she had heard the last part of the conversation, and that it had caught her interest. Draco flushed and set his fork down rather loudly.
I am not a Hufflepuff,
he snapped. Mother glanced down from the adult end of the table, but Draco ignored her.
You seem a little defensive,
Daphne said. Astoria watched her big sister with a shrewd expression, and something told Draco that this was where she had learned her nastiness.
I am not,
Draco said, without thinking. None of the others seemed to know what to make of his useless, hasty response. Draco wasn't even sure what to make of it. It was practically suicide to say anything without thinking at this sort of function.
I'm cunning,
he said haughtily, trying to recover himself.
And I have ambitions. Yes, to get into Hufflepuff.
Draco frowned at Pansy. He was in this mess because he had come to her defense, and she had turned on him in thanks. Nadia and Daphne laughed appreciatively, and so did Astoria after a moment's pause. Vivian was watching her twin rather unhappily. Theodore was still occupied, and Millicent was also watching Catherine. Hydras looked angry and embarrassed. No one was going to help Draco, and that realization hurt. Potter would have, he thought, glowering at his peers.
House of Duffers!
Pansy continued, and let out a shriek of laughter. Daphne reached across and slid Draco's plate away from him. He reached for it, and she shook her head. She said.
Badgers don't like meat.
Pansy giggled and threw a piece of lettuce at him.
Oh, that's good, Parkinson. Feed the badger his greens.
They laughed. All of them. Draco thought, rather miserably, that this was the worst birthday ever.
Give Draco his plate back before I tell my father,
Hydras said coldly. Both Daphne and Pansy froze, and Astoria passed Draco his dinner with a rather timid expression.
Better,
Hydras said curtly.
If you would excuse us.
Hydras stood and came to stand beside Draco.
Get up.
Draco, too shocked to argue, stood. Behind them, Pansy called,
"Oh, he needs a hug."
Hydras's face was entirely impassive, at least until they were out in the corridor.
Wah! What do you think you're doing?
Hydras looked absolutely furious.
Stop it! Are you a Hufflepuff? No. Then why didn't you tell them about when Pansy cried?
Hydras demanded.
You know how this all works.
If they target you, point out someone who's done something worse, Draco thought.
I can't do that to Pansy. Oh Merlin, you really are a Hufflepuff.
Hydras moaned.
Shut up.
Draco said.
I'm not. Then do it,
Hydras said, suddenly cold again.
She can handle herself, and you need to make up for embarrassing yourself. You're a Malfoy, and they need to remember that.
He paused, thinking.
And things have been strange between Daphne and Astoria all night, so if we get Astoria on our side, we can put Daphne back in her place too.
Draco stalked off without another word. Father had sat him and Hydras down after Potter left to talk to them about Muggle-borns, and about how they were inferior. Draco had followed Potter's advice, partially, anyway, because he still hadn't asked Mother about the white sheep, and gone along with it, but he had questioned Severus on the matter when he next saw him, and had believed the answers he received there more than he had believed Father's. Draco had been very careful to keep his opinions to himself, but Hydras had been obsessed with the idea of rightful places ever since. Father had encouraged that by buying Hydras a new rat to replace Bosworth, Feta was sleek, black, magical, and treated with far higher regard. Roquefort. Feta was permitted to go everywhere with Hydras, but she had to stay in his pocket during meals or formal occasions, while Roquefort had to stay locked in his cage while Draco was involved in any sort of event. Draco didn't think it was fair.
Where are you going?
Hydras demanded.
You have to go back. I'll be in my room,
Draco said.
I'll tell Father. Go ahead,
Draco told him. It wasn't Father who came to find him later, however. It was Mother. She swept into the room, and Draco had expected a lot of expressions, irritation, disappointment, or maybe just a cold mask, but he had not expected sadness, which is what he had got.
I'm sorry, Draco,
she said, coming to sit behind him on the bed.
It's not your fault, Mother,
he said, and she made an odd noise and pulled him into a hug.
I'm just not a very good Malfoy.
She didn't say anything, and Draco's heart sank, because that probably meant she agreed with him.
I used to be, but now I'm different, aren't I?
He knew it, and everyone in the dining room knew it. Mother probably knew it too. Again, she said nothing.
I'm sorry,
he said.
You don't have anything to apologize for,
Mother said, stroking his hair.
Nothing at all, do you understand me? Not really,
Draco said.
I mean, it's my fault that I'm different, not anyone else's, so I should be the one apologizing. It's not your fault. It is,
Draco said.
No. It's all right, Mother,
Draco said. He wanted to cry, but he had already embarrassed himself enough tonight without adding tears to it. Instead, he drew himself up, and smiled sadly.
No one made me different, it just happened. I can take responsibility for that. Oh, Draco,
Mother whispered. Then, shockingly, she started to cry. Draco had seen her sad before, and he had seen her get weepy to get her own way, but he had never seen her cry like this. Never properly. And I caused it, he thought, feeling awful. She's probably so ashamed of me right now. He had no idea what to do, but hugs were nice, so he went with that. Mother stiffened and Draco patted her back until she relaxed.
I'm sorry, Mother,
he said, and she cried all the harder. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Weasleys and Werewolves. He was cold. Cold and damp. And tired, because Wormtail had been thinking about a lot lately, and rats were clever creatures, but they didn't have an incredibly high emotional capacity, which made things hard to sort through. He shivered, trying not to think about the explosion and all the people he had killed, or the pain from cutting off his finger. He tried not to think about Sirius, who was rotting in Azkaban, or Remus, who was probably miserable. He tried not to think about himself, who was going to have to live with the Weasleys for the foreseeable future. He had needed a wizarding family, one that wouldn't drown him on sight, and one that wouldn't recognize him or talk to anyone that might. It had been a choice between the Weasleys and the Lovegoods in the end, and he had opted for the former, and tried not to feel too sorry for himself. He felt bad for Lily and James, but it hadn't been anything personal, and he thought death was a kinder fate than what the rest of them, the remaining marauders, would have to live with. He shivered and the small, warm hands around him clenched. He wriggled. He wanted to bite the boy holding him, but the boy had good intentions. He was just a little rough. Wormtail could deal with that if it meant getting inside, however, he was cold and wet and tired and his paw was aching. He had used his master's wand to heal his hand, but he didn't know any spells to stop the aches. Sirius and James had always given Remus potions for that, and Peter didn't know how to make them.
Fred, George,
the boy holding him said.
I'm going inside.
Inside sounded wonderful, and Peter urged the boy to head there at once, with a weary squeak.
Bye.
A young, cheery voice called. Wormtail supposed it belonged to either Fred or George.
Yeah,
said another, almost identical voice, presumably it was the other one.
Bye. Bye, Percy,
said the first voice. Wormtail, oddly, was reminded of two other boys he had known, boys with dark hair, though not red. He sighed, or squeaked, really.
No,
Wormtail's savior, Percy, huffed.
If I go in, you have to as well. Mother says you're not old enough to play outside by yourselves. R2. Are not.
Percy said crossly. Wormtail was shifted to Percy's other hand, surprisingly gently, this time, and then his world shook as Percy ran a few steps. Then Percy staggered, and then he surged forward. He had his hand around one of the younger boy's wrists, and was pulling him toward the house.
"Let go!"
the younger boy cried.
"We'll be good, I promise." "Liar,"
Percy said, sounding angry, and continued to lead him. The other one, the one Percy wasn't holding, followed, as if unable to be separated from his brother. Or twin. Wormtail thought they looked awfully similar.
"You're never good and it's always my fault when you get in trouble."
Wormtail thought Percy was being a little harsh on his brothers. They couldn't have been much older than 4. Percy himself could only have been 6 or 7.
"What's in your hand?"
the free-walking boy asked.
"A rat,"
Percy said, abruptly cheerful again.
"Can we see?"
Fred and George asked at the same time, sounding thrilled.
"No,"
Percy said.
"He's cold." "Please,"
one of them whined.
"We want to see,"
said the other.
"No,"
Percy said angrily.
"He's mine."
They reached the door, and then Percy released the brother he had been holding, and both of them raced into the house, leaving a trail of muddy footprints in their wake. They descended on a bowl of fruit on a large table.
"Percy, is Ron with you?"
a woman asked, turning to look over the back of a couch on the far left of the room. There was a noise, the sound of a young child, probably younger than Harry, even, being sick, and the woman, presumably Percy's mother, looked down. There was obviously a child in her arms, or beside her on the couch.
"Oh, Ginny,"
she said.
"Is Ginny being sick?"
one of the boys asked, sounding torn between concern and delight.
"Cool!"
exclaimed the other, and Wormtail was reminded of Sirius.
"It's not cool,"
their mother snapped, and both boys looked appropriately chastened.
"Don't you remember how awful you felt when you were sick? And she's nowhere near as big and strong as you are."
Both looked stricken and went to peer over the back of the couch.
"Ron, Percy?" "I don't know,"
Percy said promptly.
"But I found a rat, Mum, look."
He stepped forward, holding Wormtail out toward his mother.
"That's nice, dear,"
she said, distractedly, and fair enough, because Ginny had just started to retch again.
"He's sick too, I think." "Oh, well, tell Charlie to have a look at him,"
she said, without looking up. Wormtail smelled Percy's disappointment, and felt his arm drop a few inches, as his shoulder slumped. Percy carried Wormtail toward the stairs, and his mother's voice followed him.
"Check if Ron's with Charlie, won't you, dear? Charlie will know what to do,"
Percy assured Wormtail with a pat on the head that rattled Wormtail's brains. He squeaked once, to express his pain, but Percy seemed to take it as encouragement and patted him again, rather clumsily.
"Charlie?"
he called, knocking on a door on the first-floor landing. The door opened to reveal another red-haired boy. Wormtail had known the Weasleys had a lot of sons, but this, frankly, was ridiculous. Who had a small, laughing figure slung over one shoulder.
"What, purse?"
The boy, Charlie, sighed, looking annoyed. Wormtail was getting the impression that Percy wasn't very popular with his siblings. The kid over Charlie's shoulder squealed something incoherent and he chuckled and relocated the child, Ron, to his arms. Ron squirmed for a bit, and then spotted Wormtail and settled so that he could watch him.
"Where'd you find him?"
Charlie asked, shifting Ron to his hip. He held out a hand for Wormtail to sniff, and Wormtail obliged.
"In the garden,"
Percy said.
"I almost stepped on him. He's friendly, though, look."
He patted Wormtail's head again.
"Gentle,"
Charlie warned, and Wormtail squeaked a thanks, deciding that if Fred and George were like James and Sirius, then Charlie, the kind, gentle Weasley, was like Remus.
"Is he sick?"
Percy asked.
"He's shaking." "Sorry, Ron,"
Charlie said, setting him down. Ron toddled forward, reaching for Wormtail, but Percy, thankfully, moved him out of reach.
"Put him on the desk,"
Charlie said, rummaging through his bedside table.
"There's newspaper over there."
Percy set Wormtail down, as Charlie had instructed, and Wormtail almost jumped out of his fur. Of all of the papers that he could have used, it was a copy of The Prophet, one with Sirius' snarling face smeared across it. "A Black Affair," the title said, and went on to detail Sirius' supposed betrayal of Lily and James, and also his role in Peter's death, and those of the Muggles in the street. Only Peter wasn't dead. He was alive. He had survived, yes, but it had been costly. His self-esteem told him his life wasn't worth his friends, and his heart wondered if it was worth surviving if he had no friends to share his life with. Peter let out a distressed squeak and trembled again, supposing time would tell. It had been necessary. Hadn't it?
"He seems a bit stressed,"
Charlie said, gently nudging Ron out of the way. The three of them peered at Wormtail, who shifted under the scrutiny.
"He's missing a toe,"
Percy said. Wormtail's heart raced, and he did his best to cover as much of the article he was sitting on as possible.
"Hey,"
was all Charlie said, however, and Wormtail relaxed a bit.
"So are you going to keep him, Perce?" "Yes, I'd like to,"
Percy said happily, and Peter's heart sank. He could have gone to Charlie, who was like Remus, or Fred and George, who were like Sirius and James, but instead he was going to Percy. Percy, the apparent outcast, Percy, the one who was overlooked in favor of his more interesting friends, or in his case, siblings. Percy, who was like Peter. And Wormtail couldn't decide if he hated Percy for that, or if he liked him for it. He shifted, trying very hard not to look at Sirius' face, but eventually, his eyes drifted back to it.
Death would have been kinder,
the photograph said, startling Peter. His voice echoed through Bill and Charlie's room, and the pale walls turned grey, and the desk beneath Wormtail's paws turned to cold stone. And then it was Peter, not Wormtail, and he was in his cell in Azkaban. He didn't have any of the Weasley boys, and he didn't have the ability to transform. Everything was different. The only thing that wasn't was that Peter was just as cold and damp now as he had been the afternoon Percy found him. Please let it be over, please let it be over, please. Tonks crossed her fingers as she stumbled out of the fireplace and into Remus' cottage. Apparating outside and then walking to the door would have been politer, but at 6 in the morning after a full moon? Well, she trusted Remus, but she had also read enough to not want to test his control when he was a wolf. Someone swore, drawing her attention. Remus was coming in through the front door on the other side of the room, wearing nothing but a thin pair of pajama pants, and several bruises. He wasn't alone, however. Tonks cursed herself for being so stupid, after everything that had been revealed at the trial, and the fact that Remus had obviously been hiding out with Sirius since. She should have expected to see Sirius this morning. And yet, she hadn't spared him a thought. Sirius Black, ex-mass murderer, adjusted his grip on Remus, who Tonks could see was not actually moving on his own, and gave Tonks a nervous, semi-defiant stare, and waited to see what she'd do. "Watch her," she said, and her voice caught.
"Hello,"
Sirius said quietly, in a voice that gave nothing away. His eyes darted to the fireplace, and then to the door he had just come through. They stared at each other a moment longer, and then he grimaced and moved forward, very slowly, to deposit Remus on the too small couch.
"Is he all right?"
Tonks asked, stepping forward.
"Don't,"
Sirius said, holding up a hand. Tonks stopped.
"He's still a bit wolfy."
Tonks stared at Remus, who looked a little battered, but perfectly human.
"In his head,"
Sirius added.
"He transformed about 5 minutes ago, but it takes a while for it to wear off. If he smells you, things might get tricky."
"Oh," she said.
"Why can you?" "I still smell like a dog,"
Sirius said, flashing her a strained smile.
"Or enough like one that it doesn't trigger anything."
His eyes flicked around the room, as if he was looking for some way out.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked. Tonks' eyes flicked to Remus, and for a moment, there was a very familiar smile on Sirius' face. It was the same one Harry had worn when she had met him in Bones' office.
"I came to see Remus,"
she said unnecessarily.
"I knew he was here, so..." "Knew? How?"
Sirius asked sharply. Tonks flushed.
"A spell," she said. "Mad Eye helped me set it up."
Sirius' mouth twitched at that. He eyed the floor and then sighed.
"Can I get you anything? Breakfast? Tea?" "Oh, no, I'm fine,"
Tonks said. Sirius nodded awkwardly.
"Thanks, though."
He shrugged. On the couch, Remus growled and rolled over. He'd have fallen off, but by the time Tonks could even make a surprised noise, Sirius had already caught him and readjusted him.
"You've done that a few times,"
Tonks said.
"A few,"
Sirius agreed, releasing Remus' ankles. He grabbed a pillow and put it under Remus' head and then watched him for a moment. Tonks watched too, and couldn't help but think how much better Remus looked, when compared with last full moon. She couldn't see any serious scratches on him, just a few small ones on his shoulders and arms, though his ribs bore some fairly nasty bruises. They lapsed into an uncomfortable silence again. Tonks examined Remus from a safe distance, trying to determine the extent of the damage, and Sirius retrieved a rucksack from the corner and started pulling bottles out of it. Tonks recognized Dittany, but none of the others. Sirius also pulled out a wand.
"Where did you?"
"It's James," Sirius said, without looking up. Tonks pursed her lips, and Sirius seemed to sense that, because he looked a little sheepish as he waved James Potter's wand. Remus' cuts knitted together, and Tonks' disapproval gave way to reluctant awe. Remus made another sound, this one more like a mumble than a growl, as Sirius healed his bruises too.
"You've done that a few times, as well," she said, sitting down in one of the armchairs.
Sirius glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Remus woke a few minutes later, and seemed incredibly disoriented. Sirius talked to him, and seemed a little self-conscious about it, if the sideways looks he kept sneaking in Tonks' direction were any indication, asking him what hurt, and how he felt, and whether he needed anything right away. All he got in response were various grunts, moans, and jumbled attempts at speaking, but it seemed to make perfect sense to Sirius, who chuckled and offered Remus potions from his rather impressive, mobile collection. Tonks just watched the two of them. Sirius was a mystery to her. She had known him once, a long time ago, but the man in front of her was very different to the Sirius she remembered. He was even a little different to the Sirius she had seen while she was on guard duty in the Ministry. The Sirius from her childhood had been loud and perpetually laughing, while this one was quiet and rather serious, though admittedly, that could have been because of the long night he had had. And, while he was confident with the way he treated Remus, he seemed unsure of what to make of Tonks, now that she was no longer his guard. This man was careful, which was not a trait she had ever expected to assign to him. And Remus. Even Remus was different. His personality was the same, and he looked the same, he was the same, really, but she hadn't guessed that he'd stand up to witness for Sirius at the trial, so she obviously hadn't known him as well as she had thought. She had a lot more to learn about her friend. Sirius flicked James' wand once more and then tucked it back into his robes. Tonks was vaguely aware of him moving, but her attention was mostly focused on Remus, who had suddenly gone very still. His bleary brown eyes had found Tonks, and she gave him a tentative smile. He didn't smile back. In fact, he paled and looked away.
"Padfoot," he said in a hoarse, rather urgent voice. "Sirius."
Sirius gave Tonks a shrewd glance, and then looked back at Remus, his mouth pulling up at the corners. It was a perfectly pleasant smile, but there was something decidedly shrewd about it, and it made Tonks nervous. Remus made a sniffing noise, and Sirius' smile widened.
"No,"
Remus said. He glanced sideways at Tonks again, and then lurched to his feet. Sirius was ready to catch him, Tonks could tell from the way he had tensed, but he also looked a little defiant.
"Sit down before you hurt yourself, you idiot,"
Sirius said.
"Don't treat me like a baby,"
Remus said, sounding peevish. Tonks got the impression she had missed something, a gesture, a scent, an expression, something, because Remus was more irritated than the situation merited.
"Don't act like one,"
Sirius shot back. Then he arched an eyebrow, as if daring Remus to argue. Remus growled and took an unsteady step toward the fireplace, and then seemed to realize how far away it was and gave up. He didn't sit, however, and he didn't look at Tonks. Instead, he just glared at Sirius, as if something bad had happened and it was Sirius' fault. Sirius smirked back. Tonks, feeling more and more like she was missing something, and more like she was intruding on this moment between friends, got to her feet. Both men's eyes latched onto her.
"Obviously it's a bad time for me to have come." Yes,
Remus said flatly.
No,
Sirius said, with considerable conviction.
Sirius,
Remus said, and it was practically a whine. Tonks felt her cheeks heat up. It was obvious Remus didn't want her there, and, while she could understand that, she had ignored him for weeks, it also hurt because she had been willing to talk to him when he was the one ignoring her. She had at least been willing to try.
Oh, for the love of...
Sirius trailed off, scowling, and grabbed a pillow off the nearest armchair, which he threw, with considerable force, at Remus. It hit him square in the chest, and was enough to knock him back onto the couch, where he sat, gasping.
Careful!
Tonks snapped, but Sirius either didn't hear her, or didn't care.
Right,
Sirius said, looking rather stern.
Right.
He picked up his healing equipment and stuffed it back into his rucksack.
I'm going home, alone, and you're welcome to come back when you've had your chat. Sirius,
Remus snapped, getting up again.
I need to rest.
Sirius opened his mouth to say something else, and then glanced at Tonks and closed it. She shifted, feeling, once again, like she was intruding on something. Sirius exhaled loudly and angrily and then stepped forward and draped Remus' arm over his shoulder. Remus looked acutely relieved, and Tonks felt a little lost. Sirius didn't help Remus to the fireplace, however, he hauled him toward the hallway.
Sorry about him,
Sirius said grimly.
Sirius,
Remus said, sounding genuinely bewildered.
The flu's over that way.
He twisted and caught Tonks' eye, and she was fairly certain he was silently asking for help. She shrugged. She didn't have enough of a grasp on the situation to know how to help, and so she just let Sirius drag him into the other part of the cottage.
So window,
Remus managed, as he staggered along beside Sirius. Everything hurt, and his head was throbbing. Sirius rolled his eyes and didn't say anything until they reached Remus' bedroom. Sirius then dumped him on the bed, rather unceremoniously, and kicked the door closed. Sirius didn't go to the window, however. He stood there, looking torn between furious, helpless, and amused. Remus tried to move into a more comfortable position, but gave up almost immediately, because it required effort he didn't feel like expending.
Padfoot. If you weren't still recovering, I would hex you,
Sirius told him. Remus made a questioning sound.
3 weeks.
Sirius said, confusing Remus even more.
3 bloody weeks of listening to rubbish excuses, of putting off complete freedom, just because of your bloody inferiority complex.
Sirius wasn't speaking too loudly, Dora probably wouldn't be able to hear him, but he was still loud enough to make Remus wince.
Now,
Sirius continued, shooting Remus an exasperated look,
if you were worried about the ministry, I'd understand. What you did for me during the trial, when you told them about Mooney. That was enormous.
Remus didn't contradict him, because it had been. He didn't regret it, but a large part of him wished it hadn't been necessary.
And I know the ministry isn't exactly prejudice-free,
Remus snorted.
So I could have understood wanting to hide from them. Good,
Remus said.
But that's not what this is about,
Sirius said, giving Remus another stern look. It was a look that Remus had given Sirius, and James, many times over the years, and he wondered if it had made them want to hide as well. Remus eyed his blankets and considered trying to burrow, but he suspected Sirius would just drag him out again.
I smelled you when you spotted Dora.
Sirius cocked his head.
It's her you've been putting off seeing. No,
Remus lied.
Yes,
Sirius said.
Merlin knows why, from what you've told me, the two of you are close. I'd expected you to be pleased that she was here, not to want me to smuggle you out the window.
Remus said.
We're close. She had. She obviously doesn't hate you, or she wouldn't be sitting in your living room.
Remus had a very good argument about why that wasn't true, but he couldn't for the life of him remember what it was.
I betrayed H. No one forced you to do anything,
Sirius said, rather coolly, and it occurred to Remus too late that he had probably offended him. He forced his fuzzy head to think of something to say before he ruined another friendship, but nothing came to mind.
You helped me, and I've already said how incredibly grateful I am about that, because you chose to. You didn't have a problem with it during the trial, but then you spent almost a month hiding in my house because you're scared what'll happen if you try to justify your choice to Dora? I mean, really?
Remus glowered at him, because everything sounded stupid when Sirius put it like that.
What are you afraid of? She won't understand,
Remus said.
Or maybe you don't want her to. Don't be ridiculous,
Remus said.
You don't know. I'm the ridiculous one,
Sirius demanded. Remus eyed his covers again.
And I don't know? I think I've got more of an idea about this that you do, Moony. I think that you don't want to talk to her because you know the two of you will be able to fix this little misunderstanding. And I think that scares you, because you know that eventually, that's going to lead to other conversations, and other situations, ones like last full moon. No,
Remus said.
And you still, for reasons I can't understand, still don't think that you deserve that sort of openness, and you think that she can do better than you. She can. I'm a bad friend. Bad friends,
Sirius snapped,
don't stand up in front of half the wizarding world and tell their biggest secret to help their other friends.
Remus didn't have anything to say to that.
You're wrong,
Remus said, when he had thought of something.
We're talking openly now, and I'm not pushing you away. If your friendship is such a bad thing to have, then why do I deserve it, and why does Matt? Either you think pretty poorly of the pair of us.
Remus made a noise of protest.
Or it's not your friendship with Dora that you're worried about, you get.
Sirius gave him a look that was obviously supposed to mean something, but Remus wasn't following. Sirius threw his hands up in the air and paced in front of the door. Remus shut his eyes, because it was making him dizzy. Finally, Sirius spoke again.
You know what, you're right. Obviously I'm imagining things, and you, as you've pointed out, are obviously not afraid of talking openly, so you obviously don't have a problem with Dora. Exactly,
Remus said, pleased. Sirius gave him a patronizing look.
Exactly,
Sirius agreed, rolling his eyes.
So you're not going to have any problems sorting things out with her, are you? 'Cause you're friends and everything, right?
Remus frowned, realizing too late where this was going.
No, wait,
Sirius pulled the door open and headed off down the hall.
Padfoot.
Remus heard Sirius say something to Dora and then heard the flawoosh. Remus heaved himself to his feet. Surely Sirius hadn't left him there? Surely Sirius had been a good friend and sent Dora home? He hobbled down the hall, using the wall as support. The living room was empty but for Dora, who was hovering over the armchair, apparently trying to decide whether to sit down or stay standing. Her expression brightened at the sight of Remus, who scowled and looked at the fireplace.
Remus,
Dora said tentatively.
That miserable, traitorous git,
Remus grumbled.
He left, didn't he?
She nodded. He groaned and flopped face first onto the couch.
Next time, Remind me just to leave him to the Dementors, he told her, his voice muffled by the fabric. It'll serve him right for leaving me here when I'm sore and tired.
Dora laughed, and Remus, who had expected shouting, or her to ignore him altogether, glanced up at her. She hastily smoothed her expression, literally, as in, she made her eyes, nose, and mouth vanish, and then Remus snorted, so surprised that he couldn't help himself.
So you're anticipating a next time?
She asked, when her face was normal again.
Have you met him?
Remus asked, tilting his head toward the fireplace. Dora smiled again.
There will definitely be a next time. He's different than I remember,
Dora offered.
Older. Harry's been good for him. They've been good for each other, really.
Remus said. Then he scowled.
But he's still a git. And you're still leaving him to the Dementors, right?
Dora asked, looking amused.
Exactly,
Remus agreed. They looked at each other and smiled. Remus felt his smile vanish.
Dora, I can't even begin to apologize.
Dora came to perch on the side of the couch.
It's all right,
she said. She didn't smell angry, and so Remus, who had been expecting her to shout that no, he couldn't even begin, was a little confused.
There's fault on both sides, I think. But mostly mine. Mostly yours,
she agreed, with a small smile, then she shook her head.
Can we not get into this? I'm a bit annoyed, but I know why you lied, and I probably would have done the same thing if the situation was reversed. I'm sorry and you're sorry, all right.
Remus' mouth twitched, but he fought to keep a straight face.
It's not that simple. It is,
Dora said, folding her arms. Her hair started to turn orange, which Remus knew meant that she was getting annoyed.
Why shouldn't it be? Because,
Remus said lamely. This morning had not been kind to him. People were taking advantage of the fact that he was having trouble forming coherent arguments.
Well argued,
she said, rolling her eyes.
I think it is that simple.
She said, and Remus got the impression that that was it, and gave in with rather ill grace. She grinned, apparently sensing that she had won, and leaned over to hug him. Remus hugged her back, and, while he got the impression he should be upset that he hadn't won the argument, he wasn't sure how being on friendly terms with Dora again was in any way a loss. He shook his head and gave up. Ha! He thought. Sirius obviously has no idea what he was talking about. Tonks made her usual stop at Robert's cubicle on her way to training. She still hadn't worked out why he had a cubicle when Mad-Eye and Dalish, who were equally as senior as Roberts, both had offices, but she was reluctant to ask.
Watcher,
she said, tapping on the wall. Roberts, who was face down on his desk, shifted and looked up. He had a piece of parchment stuck to his face which he pulled off. Then he cleared his throat, looking a little embarrassed.
Good morning, Tonks,
he said gruffly.
How are you today, sir?
She asked, concerned. He had a scruffy beard, shadows under his green eyes, and his hair didn't look like it had seen a comb in days.
Been better,
he said wryly.
I'm looking, believe me, I'm looking, but I'm just not.
He paused to yawn.
Finding anything? She's taken a leaf right out of Black's book, or so it seems. Oh,
Tonks said, her face falling. Some of her good mood, from her morning spent with a tired, somewhat irritable Remus, faded.
I can't even take a leaf out of Black's book myself,
Roberts sighed, shuffling a few papers on his desk.
Because none of us have any idea where he is, either.
He gave her a tired look.
You wouldn't happen to know when he's planning on coming back for his trial, would you?
No, Tonks said. Roberts looked disappointed.
Remus didn't mention it.
She continued, apologetically.
I could ask next time I see him, if you would like.
It occurred to her that she had no idea when that would be. He hadn't left her with any way to contact him, though the wards on his cottage would still work.
That would be,
Roberts rubbed his eyes and yawned again.
Helpful, thank you. No problem,
she said. She muttered the password for her sidekick, and then frowned. She was almost late. Roberts waved a hand, his attention already back on a piece of parchment on his desk.
I'll come by again. Tomorrow,
Roberts said.
I know.
Tonks left, making her way down the corridor to the broom-covered entrance.
Morning,
Yaxley said, as Tonks approached her and Ben. Both looked utterly exhausted and Florence, unsurprisingly, wasn't there.
Watcher,
Tonks said. Ben was silent for a moment, as if trying to decide where to start.
I saw Roberts,
he said eventually. Yaxley frowned at him.
I was just there,
Tonks sighed, and Ben's eyes dimmed.
Bit of a mess, isn't he? He was asleep when I got there.
The corners of Ben's mouth turned down, and Yaxley put a hand on his shoulder, and gave Tonks a sad look.
You two don't look far from it either. Big night.
Ben ran a hand through his hair, and looked at Yaxley.
Florence is missing,
he said. Anyone else might have laughed, but after Melvin, and after McKinnon, and after Remus, who had now twice vanished for weeks at a time, missing people were not something Tonks could find even remotely humorous.
What happened?
She whispered.
We were working late last night, tracking a guy who's been targeting muggles. Lyra and Florence got caught up in a duel, and then the bloke hit Florence with something and ran for it. We thought it was only a stunner, but she wasn't well, she was sick, and shaking, and she just kept getting worse. And then Kingsley was hit with something, he's in St. Mungo's, and by the time we had stabilized him, our man had vanished, and so had Florence. We found her sidekick, but we don't know if she left, or if she was taken,
Yaxley said anxiously.
We checked her flat, St. Mungo's, the entire ministry. Did you check for magical traces?
Tonks asked. That horrible, twisting feeling in her stomach was back and far too familiar.
At the scene? Yeah, port keys.
Ben said.
20 of them, all of which all activated at the same time, and all ended up in different locations. Who were they made by? Dunno,
Ben said.
The traces were just port key colored. Port key colored.
Tonks repeated, more confused than upset for the first time.
Yeah, you know, pale blue.
Tonks shuddered, she had developed a loathing for the color blue thanks to their greyback case. She almost told them that it was probably just Florence's magic they had seen, but didn't, because that would lead to awkward questions.
Like when they activate and go and there's that light.
Ben added, but Tonks wasn't listening, because pale blue where the port keys had been meant that Florence was the one who had created the port keys, and that unnerved her for a reason she couldn't put her finger on. That's silly, though, why would she leave in the middle of a case? And then she realized, Ben had said that Florence had been sick and shaky, and that they had assumed it was spell damage. But what if it hadn't been? What if Florence had had to leave? Thanks to several hours worrying about Remus, Tonks was uncomfortably aware that it had been a full moon last night. She can't be. Except she could. How many times had Florence slept in, or been sick? More than Tonks could count, honestly. And how many times had she sniffed something or someone to identify them? Tonks tried to remember if she had ever seen Florence holding a sickle, and couldn't name a time. And my jumper, Tonks remembered. She had spent the afternoon with Florence and Melvin and Keith, before going to the camp, which must have been why Tonks' jumper had smelled like the elusive Smokey. Tonks was almost convinced. So Florence is, possibly, Smokey, she thought, and panic started to bubble in her chest. Not because her friend was a werewolf, but because her friend was, possibly, a killer. Tonks and Mad Eye would have to arrest her, and, though she had probably done the wizarding world a favor, she'd still be stripped of her trainee position, and could well serve a sentence in Azkaban. Only if I turn her in, Tonks realized, and then cringed, not liking the outcome of letting her stay free, or having her turned in. Tonks, Ben said, putting a hand on her shoulder.
It's okay, we'll find her.
Tonks gave a fake little laugh, her mind reeling, and hoped that nothing they were about to be taught was too intensive. She needed time to think.
Come in,
Albus called, as one of the instruments on the table in the corner flashed brightly. He heard a startled intake of breath on the other side of the door, and then it opened slowly to admit two children, a boy and a girl, neither of whom were familiar to him.
Are you Professor Dumbledore? I am indeed, my dear,
he said, smiling.
And to whom am I speaking? I'm Sarah and this is Ethan.
The boy, Ethan, waved shyly, his eyes never leaving Sarah, and Albus inclined his head, deciding now was not the time to ask why they had left their last names out.
A pleasure,
Albus said. He flicked his wand, startling both children, another strange thing, and conjured chairs.
Please, take a seat.
Sarah hesitated, and then strode forward and sat down. After a moment, Ethan followed her lead. Albus used the time to try to work out who they might be, but reached no useful conclusion. Sarah was the older one, he thought. She was maybe 12, while Ethan didn't look much older than 10. They didn't look related. Sarah's hair was a platinum blonde, almost Malfoyish, while Ethan's was a brown so pale and dull that it was practically grey. Sarah's eyes were brown, and, sadly, haunted, while Ethan's were blue, and he was lanky while Sarah was more rounded.
You're confused,
Ethan said, meeting Albus' eyes for the first time since he had arrived. Albus smiled, feeling a little troubled.
You have me at a loss,
he admitted. Sarah and Ethan exchanged looks.
We've come to join your school,
Sarah said, rather confidently. Ethan cleared his throat and Sarah flushed, suddenly looking uncertain.
To learn magic. If you'll have us, of course.
She paused, and eyed Albus for a moment.
We have letters. Show him.
She barked. Ethan, to Albus' surprise, didn't flinch or seem at all surprised by her tone. Instead, he just pulled two pieces of worn, dirty parchment out of his pocket and held them out. They were Hogwarts letters. One to a Sarah Walker and one to an Ethan Runcorn. Albus spared a moment to wonder whether Ethan was Albert's son, and then stored it away for later consideration. He turned his attention back to the letters. Ethan's was all in order. He had had his 11th birthday in February and was expected to begin in September. Sarah's letter, on the other hand, was 2 years old. She should have started last year. The letters were missing their envelopes, too, so Albus couldn't even see where they had been sent to. His curiosity about the pair before him spiked again.
Both are genuine,
he said, passing the letters back to Ethan.
I cannot foresee any problems with your own admission, Mr. Runcorn, though yours presents a few obvious issues, Miss Walker. Might I ask why you didn't attend last year? Things were different, she said. How so?
He asked gently. For a moment, he thought she might refuse to answer, her jaw set and her nose came up, but then she seemed to remember herself and shifted in her seat.
Father was alive,
she said, and that sadness returned to her eyes.
I'm sorry for your loss,
Albus said, trying, and failing, yet again, to make sense of what was happening.
Are you?
She asked. There was something in her voice that was almost challenging. Ethan glanced between them, looking nervous.
You don't even know who our father was.
Our father? Albus wondered.
Regardless,
he said quietly, knowing that this was delicate ground,
losing a family member is never easy.
Sarah looked pleased with his verdict, and then thoughtful. Ethan still looked anxious, though this time, Albus thought there was something familiar about the boy, though couldn't place it. When Albus turned his gaze on Sarah, she seemed unperturbed. It was a rare child that didn't feel uncomfortable when Albus used what Minerva and Severus referred to as his X-ray stare. Ethan's reaction was more normal, he seemed to shrink under Albus' attention, and that only made him seem even more familiar. Finally, Albus realized why. There was something about Ethan that reminded Albus of Remus. Perhaps it was the fact that he was as lanky as Remus had been at the same age, or perhaps it was his lack of confidence around strangers, or perhaps it was just that single expression. Albus' smile was slow and troubled, but he was genuinely pleased now that he understood what was happening.
He's got it,
Ethan murmured, glancing at Sarah. Both looked a little afraid, though Sarah also looked defiant.
Well,
she said, rather bossily.
Will you let us in?
Perhaps, Albus said, letting the slightest reprimand slip into his tone. Sarah bristled and Albus decided not to try that again.
I have a few concerns, as you can understand, but I have also been in this situation, or one similar to it, and I know that an arrangement like the one you are proposing can not only work, but can do so very successfully.
Sarah and Ethan exchanged a long look, while Albus leaned back in his chair and steepled his hands. Unsurprisingly, it was Sarah who spoke.
What concerns?
She asked. End of chapter.